Good afternoon everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the channel. I hope you're all well, hope you're all looking forward to this. We're in Denver today, as the sun is about to rise. We're on live weather with the PMDG 737 in a early access sort of beta preview, if you like. So everything you see today, of course, as per our other streams so far, are part of an in-development work in progress, if you like, as I almost crashed the drone cam into the jetty there. But she looks great, she's flying fantastically well so far as well, and our ground team here are just finally loading some bags. We're chasing the real aircraft today, Southwest 237 today. Off to Denver, from Denver off to Las Vegas first to begin with, I should say. And then from there, we're going to do a turnaround, utilising the baggage loaders and the refuelers, and we're then going to continue onwards down to Hollywood Burbank for an RNAV arrival too. Can you have the aircraft start without the PMDG stairs? Christopher is asking. Yes, you can. You just got to set it in the FMC FMS. So yesterday we started with the jetty attached, if you remember. So we're chasing the sun, if you like. We're going to be getting sunset around about, or sunrise very soon towards departure. And let's dive straight in here. We're using the Luke Air tool today. This is live time, Doc. The Luke Air tool with our cabin announcements, and it also includes some of our Southwest Airlines cabin announcements too. So we're finishing boarding and things. We'll have a crew do a couple of announcements shortly as the pilots continue to work through our pre-flight checks. We're going to go into the menu page here, FS Actions, Ground Services. We've got ground power, no APU currently. And we're going to release the stairs. You can just change it via PAX entry here, Christopher. And we're going to release the loaders as well. So let's get rid of the carts. And we're going to get rid of the aft and forward loaders too. Yoep, welcome! 737 looks never get old. Member for 9 months, Gold Frequent Flyer. Thanks for all of your ongoing support, Yoep. Really appreciate it. And if you are tuning in for the first time, perhaps, very warm welcome on board to you. Please do consider hitting that subscribe button down below, and throughout today's live stream as well, be sure to smash that like button too. Sam Plays looks amazing. What a shame. This is going to be great.
Love all your work, mate. Keep it up.
Oh, Roy, thank you very much, buddy. Really appreciate the tip there. Thanks for supporting the stream. Matthew earlier says, let's pray for release next week. Well, Sim Update 9 is only on Tuesday, so I've got my fingers and toes tightly crossed. The Night Shepherd's in. Hello to you, or good evening to you actually, over sort of Australia way. Mikhail, Alec, Christopher, Doctor on board, folks. Welcome, channel members. And Palisek, welcome on board as well. Hello to you, folks. Evgeny, thanks for subscribing to the channel. And I think it's time to fire up the APU, so let's get rid of the music for a few moments while we get the Southwest cabin announcements from the crew. So, what have we got? Fuel, 7,300 kilos. Payloads, 146 passengers, 1,200 kilos-ish of cargo between both. And you can see our gross weight, takeoff, maximum takeoff weight. Zero fuel weights there, plus our load level about 90.3% full today. We've done our per finite page, transition altitude 18,000, and we've got our FinRes plus alternate fuels equaling our reserves of 2,700 kilos of fuel today. And as you can see there, we've got 7,300 kilos on board, 3.65 tons in each of the sort of side tanks, if you like. Over to the N1 limit page. Mikhail, congrats on passing 16,000. Fantastic. Thank you very much, folks. Love it. I didn't even realise. That's fantastic. It's great to have you all on board with us. Really appreciate it. Takeoff performance calculator time. We're going to go for a bit of a 5-knot tailwind / 5-knot crosswind departure today. Runway 34 left, Connor 7 departure. And it's going to be telling us we want flaps 1 and thrust 24k takeoff, which is that one. Thrust N1 94.3. You know what, I'm going to do takeoff 1 like that, I think. That's close enough. And we're going to go into the climb 2 profile 2. Why not? Flaps, it's telling us for the calculator flaps 1 today. And runway winds, we have got Skyworker. A fantastic gold frequent flyer, welcome. The goat's live aching, thank you buddy. 150 degrees at 9 knots is the current meta. Am I going to review the new Embraer from Virtual Col? No, sadly not. It is not good. If I'm honest with you guys, it's not good. So just avoid it. That's interesting. Don't have V-speeds, so that means usually we've missed something. But that's fine. What we're going to do is we're going to add in some of the other departure stuff because we haven't actually added in the runway. So 3-4 left, on a 7, transition via WERNR. So, in we go. Just going to have a quick look for any discontinuities. We have got one between the two there, Connor to WERNR, so let's have a quick look here on the charts, make sure I haven't lost anything. Connor, WERNR direct, so all we've got to do is, actually I'd say on the Airbus you would do that, but I keep forgetting, all I've got to do is hit WERNR, add that into the box, and it will then delete the discontinuity for me and connect the dots if you like. We can request our winds throughout the routing today as well. And we can load in the winds. Okay, oh no, that was yesterday. Execute that. So 3-4 left, southwest 237. Let's see here, we want the takeoff. And now we've added in enough data for the aeroplane to consider our V-speeds. We can actually add them in as well, like so. We've done our departure. We are expecting the Chow 2 into Las Vegas.
American 328, Denver traffic, pushing from gate Charlie 26.
I think we're pretty much there. Let's see. Anyway, checklist time. We'll have to have a look in the climb / cruise what we've got for the rest of it too. Nightbot's having a party today as well, is it? Oh, good grief. It is. It's doing its own thing. Ignore the giveaway question. That was yesterday. Let me get rid of that because it should have been disabled by now. Oh my god. We don't want that spamming in the chat, do we? Holy moly. In fact, yes, Doc, you do make a very good point. Denver's very high altitude. We need more power. So let's change the M1 limits. We're going to go takeoff 2. Takeoff speeds have now been deleted because we have amended the performance of the aeroplane. So in here, we can clear the message. Thankfully, the aeroplane tells you, which is really good, and we can just resync our V-speeds. Okay, let's go through our pre-flight before start checks. Park and brake is set. Battery standby power in the overhead panel here is on, guard closed. Emergency exit lights, auto, guard closed, and ground power we're confirmed connected. Lights as required, we've got position lights on steady. We can put the logo lights on as well. So now the sun's coming up. Rotorfip, good morning. Ashley, hello. Dark Fury, hi. Adiza would love to see the landing gear. Tell you what, when we push back, remind me, and we'll get that. We'll have a little look at that. We've done IRS set to nav. We need to do our warnings and caution tests and things. So GPWS, that seems to be everybody's favourite at the moment. Let's do a system test.
Glide slope. Pull up. Wind
See
shear.
it cycling on the
Wind
PFD
shear.
there.
Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Happy days. And we're going to do fire tests. I think that's most of it. Oxygen tests as well. We've got to do. Check the crew oxygen. And passenger signs, we're going to check they are on automatic. They are. Give the crew a little ding. And we've got electric hydraulic pumps set to on. Fuel damper on. Window heat on. We've done that already. And the left aft fuel pump for APU start now needs to go on as well. Low pressure warning lights being extinguished, so let's go on to start, and we're going to wait for the APU to fire up as well. Oh, Centurio. I wish I knew that before I pre-planned the pushback. Ah, well, we're good, we're good. We need our airport elevation here at Denver is a couple of thousand feet. We need the airport elevation into Las Vegas as well. Airport elevation 2,181 feet. So let's do a bit of multitasking here. We need to reset our cabin pressurization panel. 2,140. Closest we can get is 2,150 there. 2,181 actually. So round it up. 2,2. Roy, thanks for joining us as a channel member. Welcome on board to you. Bronze Frequent Flyer. Great to have you on board with us. Thanks for supporting the stream. We are doing the APU, so let's see. That's stable. Once that's been on for about a minute or so, what you can do then is APU bleed and transfer to the APU gens. I'd like to think that has transferred across. We'll find out in a minute when we get rid of the ground power. Jay, hello to you. Loving the Southwest livery. Right, next checks. Let's continue. Christopher, very true. Unless they're all av geeks, in which case they're loving the sounds from the back. APU gens on and generating power. So we can check up here. APU gen, and it is generating AC, which is nice. Gens are on, APU bleeds on, and the packs are set to auto. Isolation valve is open. Set FMC and obtain clearance. We have set our FMC now and we're ready to go. We're going to start working to think about clearing some ground equipment in a second. But first, continuing the checks then, altimeter 2,999 inches of mercury, and we set the standby instrument, that is also the same. Transponder set 2000s, and it's on sort of standby, ready to go. Fueling, loading and boarding is complete. We can release the ground power. Thankfully we've still got power on the aircraft, so that is a good sign. And we're going to get rid of the stairs as well, because we're just going to check we've got all the doors and hatches closed like so. And indeed, if we look on the exterior, we can see the same as well. There goes the steps. Takeoff data set, cruise altitude pressurization panel. We're going to just double check that. Cruise flight level 340 and landing elevation 2,200 there as well. And MCP needs to be set now too. So on Navigraph. That's Vegas. It looks complicated, but you haven't seen this one yet. So here we are at Denver on the Charlie sort of concourse C24. Push start onto CS. And we're going to head down Juliet Hotel-ish. Down Golf, or Foxtrot potentially. Whiskey Alpha to 34 left for a departure. Nice long 4,800-ish metre long runway, but we have got a tailwind component today, so our takeoff run's going to be a little longer. Got a 5-knot tailwind and a 5-knot crosswind. After departure then, 353 degrees. Once we're above 5,934 feet, at or above, we're then going to turn left towards foams. We've got to be at or below 10,000 for that. Before heading outbound, 248 degrees track to Tavern, above 12,000, Bonn 14,000, Tebow 16, Connor 17 and above, and then climbing away to WERNR as well. With all that terrain, you can see there's a peak, 14,250, so if we drift too far to the south we could come into conflict with that. Transition altitude's 18,000. Standard sort of speed restrictions apply, so 250 below 10,000 there. And we've got here minimum climb of 400 feet per minute per nautical mile to 5934. Then a minimum climb of 210 per nautical mile to 16,000. Top altitude, flight level 230. So we're going to set that on the MCP. And runway heading of 353. Thankfully that was almost there. Checking our V speeds, what have we got? Let's have a look in here. It's init ref, index, takeoff. We're going to go 145. 150, sorry. V2 plus 10. Set that. And we've got runway 34 left there, making sure the data is correct. So departure briefed and checked, we've just done that. We're going to now also put flight directors on. I'd love to know if the real aeroplane's already pushed back by now. Let's see what else. Flight directors on. We're going to remove the chocks, so back to the FMC. Hit the menu page. FS actions. Ground services, wheels, chocks removed. Let's trigger toolbar pushback to begin the start of our pushback. And we're going to now put anti-collision lights on as well.
Dallas 117, ready for push and start, pushing back from gate 51 for runway 34 left.
That's the jetty. Look at those split scimitar winglets, they're fantastic, aren't they? Very cool. Denver traffic southwest 237, 737 on Charlie 24, push start facing west.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
So that's going to lift the aeroplane. Quickly catch up on the live chat. Fun fact from Doc, runway 34 left is the longest runway in Northern America, mostly due to its location, very high altitude.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
We are on VATSIM indeed. You know what we haven't done though? We haven't started Valanta, so let me get that ready to go.
Please release parking brake.
Parking brakes are released.
You use Top Cat? No, it's
Commencing pushback. You can start
Aircraft
the engines in
Toolbox or something like
You will
that.
start in the sequence.
Forget the name of it now.
Denver traffic, Jetstar 722, pushing back, Charlie 27.
Okay, pushback.
Denver traffic.
Engine start checks. Fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3. On. Low pressure warning lights have extinguished.
Denver traffic, Frontier Flight 9781, pushing back.
And ignition mode selector is on both. Engine 2 start switch. Rotate left, 1 click to ground, and we're going to monitor the N2 now as the engine begins to spool up here in Denver. Chris, the real-life flight that we're racing is just leaving the apron at the moment. Good grief, we're a little behind then, aren't we? We've not done too badly though, actually, I've got to say. That's 25% N2. Let's add fuel in, and we're going to watch the engine instruments here. It's a long push. The aeroplane's going to sort of switch round a little bit. Grady, are the Split Scimitar winglets optional? So there's two variants. There's the Split Scimitar, and then there's the one we did a few days ago, which had the sort of just the upper winglets as well. Engine 1 ground. The race is on, Max. Watching for 25% N2. Pretty much there. Fuel run. Little bit of a wiggly pushback today. Oh, look at that. Very cool, very cool. Okay. Look at the shadow as well on the left-hand side.
Denver traffic, American 328, holding short.
Marcin was
runway
asking how
16
is
right.
the frames per second. Exceptionally good, actually,
Prepare for
and this is,
departure.
for me, my
Okay,
smoothest
pushback
experience.
completed. Please set your parking brake.
Team level, that absolutely will be.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Oh, Christopher, so we're pushing back just ahead of the aeroplane in real life.
Ground.
So,
Startup is
Jens,
complete. You may disconnect.
Roger. Good engine start. Clear to disconnect. See you at the side.
1 and
Have a
2,
good flight.
connect.
Holding position.
Engine
waiting
start
for
switches
visual.
on this
Thank you and
variant,
goodbye.
make sure they're in auto, but if it was off, as we mentioned yesterday, you would flick it one click across to continuous instead. Little side note for you guys watching. On the overhead up here, repeats, both to on.
Denver traffic,
Working
American
down, bleeds
328,
left and right for engine 1
lining
and
up
2
runway
on.
16 right.
Backs left and right on auto, and isolation valve on auto. Recirculation fans, check they're on auto, they are. And APU bleed can come off. The APU itself can come off. Flaps as required, flaps 1 for departure today. Who's taking off from 16? No idea.
Denver traffic.
Flaps 1, we're going to go elevator trim as well.
Via Golf.
It's on the takeoff page here.
And then Whiskey Alpha 234 left. Denver traffic.
It's trim 6.5. It is in limits. We've got to make sure we spin the wheel to set our trim. 6.5 is going to be about there on the cursor position. There we are, lovely. So that's takeoff trim set. Flaps are settled in flaps 1. We're just going to reset this and we're going to check our flying controls. So making sure we've got full and free movement and good authority in all of the engine instruments checked, so we can clear engine sort of the second page down below here. What else have we got? LNAV, VNAV armed as required, so LNAV armed, VNAV armed, and auto throttle.
Denver traffic, just 722.
Taxi checks, auto brake RTO,
Juliet
taxi
Hotel
lights on.
Golf, Whiskey Alpha, holding point.
Rock and roll. There's the Delta zipping past.
Denver traffic.
Got an aircraft just departing in front of us, and we're going to go brakes off. Waffle, hello, welcome.
Denver traffic, American 328, airborne.
Denver traffic, Southwest 237, taxi to Old Point, runway 34 left via Charlie Sierra and Foxtrot and Whiskey Alpha, Denver traffic. So Denver's VOR 1179. We don't really need it, but we're going to select it anyway. And we want 353. A little bit of thrust to get us moving.
Denver traffic, Southwest 490.
Brakes are off.
Taxi 34 left via Charlie Sierra, Foxtrot. Whiskey Alpha.
GS South,
Delta,
Foxtrot is north, that's good to know. Amazed Taste, we're using Flying Tampers Vegas, we are indeed. Jimmy Lee, welcome. Reinhardt, welcome as well. If you have subscribed as well and I might have missed it, then a very warm welcome to you. Oh, hey, here we go. Look at that. How's that for a screenshot, folks? All of these today will go on Volanta, and the engine noises are phenomenal. So good. Okay, we need the Southwest safety demonstration. Let's get that started.
Alright, y'all. If we can pretend to have your attention for just a few moments, my two young
Hopefully you can hear it.
son and daughter are going to show you the safety features because I'm so proud of
Keep smashing that like button while you're here, folks, as well. 324 watching, 94 likes so far. Team level just getting started on VATSIM. Is there a way to link liveries to the VATSIM traffic? There is indeed, and you can find my tutorial for VATSIM on our website, britishAvGeek.com/VATSIM.
10:05, lining up runway 34 left.
Imagine there's an aeroplane, exactly one of these, doing the exact same route right now. It's the Luke Air Tool, Patrick. It's freeware.
I'll be holding short of runway 34 left, awaiting departure of the plane in front.
Mr. Nice Guy, when is it being released? Well, Sim Update 9 is on Tuesday, so let's hope. Taxiing on idle as well. Nice bit of ground roll going on. Crash Ed is loving the safety demonstration. I'll stop talking for a bit so you can hear it.
Show you a movie tonight. We have Gone in 60 Seconds. And the flight attendant serving you, her name is Wendy, and her motto is, if you can light it, you can smoke it. Federal law group is tampering with, disabling, or destroying any smoke detector or webcam in either of our laboratories. Federal aviation regulation require passenger compliance, but lighted passenger information signs and posted placards. Basically, just do what we say and nobody gets hurt. And although we never anticipate a loss in cabin pressure, if we did, we certainly wouldn't be at work tonight. But if needed for oxygen mask will drop the compartment overhead. Stop screaming, let go of your neighbor, pull out that plastic tubing is fully extended, place the mask.
Flight spotter, I absolutely will be. We're planning a KLM ops next week, in fact, with a preview. Swoosh, as I understand, that is the only time that weird landing bug has been experienced. I certainly haven't had that problem.
We're sorry. If you're traveling with more than one child, pick out the one that you think.
J-Boss, Pro Horizon, welcome, folks.
We'll be lining up in
There's Centurio.
On runway 34 left.
Bless his heart. Or your wife.
Going off the United.
And that's it for the do's and don'ts of show and tell. Sit back and relax, or you can sit up and be tense. Either way, it's about a 2-hour flight, gate to gate. The clock is already ticking. Seriously, y'all, if there's anything at all that we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please tell us. Just as soon as we land in Dallas. And if there's anything you can do to make our flight more enjoyable, we'll tell you immediately. We're not shy at Southwest. That's what we call very cheap entertainment. Nobody had to pay extra, but you certainly don't get a refund. Thanks again for choosing Southwest, and welcome aboard. Okay, that's sweet, but cash is always better. Also, y'all, to enhance our beauty a little bit and set the ambiance, we're going to dim the cabin lights. If you need additional reading light, just push the button.
Odd Have, yeah, no SAS liveries yet, but the second they drop on flightsim.to, I'll absolutely be doing some SAS ops, Tromso and all that sort of stuff. There's your Southwest taxi. Absolutely spectacular scenery. Flightbeam Studios Denver this is, and it is sublime. Look at that. And they've got Lucifer.
And Denver traffic, Dallas 117 will be taking off runway 34 left.
Waffle, I believe so. Long by names, loving the safety demonstration. It's good, isn't it? EF 2005, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Christopher Arlander, yeah, sure. Absolutely. We're going to use the whole runway today because we've got to, of course, get all the way through a bit of a tailwind departure, actually. Dominican route, we will be doing some cargo ops at some point in the future too. A bit more of a passenger kind of guy though, myself, personally. Maze Taste, Flightbeam Studios, Denver. You can get it on Contrail .shop. Beautiful bit of scenery, some of the best, actually. Las Vegas is Fly Tampa's payware scenery today. I mean, look at that. And performance is really good. It's a huge airport. Yet Flightbeam Studios have absolutely nailed the quality of this particular bit of scenery. Let's see if... Before we turn, and just get a bit of a view here. Okay, approaching the hold. Look at that.
Delta 117, clear runway airborne.
How good does that look?
For planned route, climbing to the Denver.
An incredible aeroplane by pretty much the best developer that we can hope for in MSFS, plus fantastic scenery as well. Check flight, welcome on board. Right, next set of checks. What have we got here? Order brake, checks at RTO. It is pre-departure checks, fuel flow, reset rate. V-speeds checked. V1 133, V2 was 140, 2 plus 10 set on the MCP 150. MCP, nav data and radios are all set as required, and we're going to pretty much go straight onto the runway as well. So, in that instance, taxi lights off, runway turn lights on, landing lights on, position strobe to strobe and steady, transponder set TA RA, traffic set on, runway confirm, runway 34 left, Connor 7 departure, 2 livery is a must, generic pilot, and then we'll do some ops to Skiathos again, and maybe Mykonos actually. Mykonos would be a fantastic one. And we're going to start the clock in just a moment. The last check for us here. We can use the time to just check the approach here. We can see nothing is inbound. Banman, welcome aboard. Boosted IS as well. Hello to you. Thanks for subscribing, folks. And anyone else that I might have missed as well. I'll do my best to sort of keep up with the live chat as we go. Denver traffic, southwest 237, lining up runway 34 left, at the bottom, Connor 7 departure, Denver traffic. Gary, who knows, hopefully very soon, start the clock, and we don't know the price yet either. Night shadow, so you can use the heads-up display as you wish, but for me, I quite like not using it, if that makes sense. I like to have this unobstructed clear view of the aircraft and the flight deck. Okay, so we're going to do a rolling departure, folks. So we're going to set 30% or so now, 40% M1.
Denver traffic, just 722 holding.
Brian Shell, welcome.
Short runway 34 left, Denver traffic.
We're going to make sure they stabilise. And then we're going to hit Toga. Had to get a screenshot. Listen to this. Oh. The noise is remarkable. Here we go.
80 knots.
Rotate.
V2.
We're going for 15 degrees, nose up. Gear up for the positive climb. Five 9 34, and you can see the aeroplane dynamically changing that as we go.
Denver traffic, jet star 722 lining up 34 left, Denver traffic.
Command A. Sats. Here we go. Denver traffic, southwest 237 airborne at 6,700 feet. Look at that. Doesn't it sound good as well? So we're almost at flaps 1 speed. We're going to follow our checklist as well. So we've done positive rate,
Denver
gear
traffic, just
up, CMD's been engaged, auto brake set
Denver
off,
traffic, just 722,
engine
taking
start
off, 3
switches
Denver traffic.
both on auto, gear lever set off,
Denver traffic southwest
One click.
lines will be lining up behind the departing Jet Star.
we're going to increase the range of our nav display here. Flaps retract as required, so we're going through the flap retraction speeds now. We'll get that to 0, and as that's doing it in transit, it's orange. We're going to check cabin pressurization, and it is pressurizing. Almost. We're going to look for that to start to pressurize once we get a little higher. Perhaps we're a bit keen there. Anyway, flaps set to 0, and we've got no green. We're in LNAV and VNAV modes. Wing views. There we go, look at that. If you want, let's see, that for a wing view. Vegas Centurio landing 26 left, cheers buddy. All hands asking about frames per second. This is my most stable aeroplane in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It is the smoothest, the best on performance. I can yeah, wholeheartedly tell you guys, they've done a fantastic job with this. Performance-wise, it is very, very, very good. Terrain radar waffle does work, yep, as you can see there. And it is also following the constraints of our departure today, because foams was at and above, at or below 10,000. So it's respecting that constraint as well on VNAV. Omar, do you have the option to remove the winglets? So you've got 2 variants available. I'll just go outside here. You've got the Split Scimitar, which is this beautiful one here. But you've also then got the standard winglets, which don't have the bit at the bottom. Matthew's asked, do we have a graphics guide on the channel? I've got pretty much a blend of high and ultra at the moment. That's pretty much what I run with on the channel. Matthew, I absolutely would be, yeah. Listen to those noises. Fantastic. Madcheck, welcome. Climbing through now, the remainder of the star, and we're passing 10,000, so landing lights off, runway turn lights off, and just check the cabin pressure again. I'm going to monitor this.
Denver traffic, Frontier Flight 9781 lining up behind departing traffic.
There we go, starting to pressurise a little further now as we climb through 10,000, so that's good. There we go, look at that, it's pressurising normally. Seatbelt signs and cabin lights as required. And we can turn the logo light off as well. Climbing away, we'll say that we've been cleared further towards our cruise today of flight level 340. Thankfully it's on the overhead, so it's an easy way to remind yourself. But we're going to leave it on VNAV so it will respect the constraints as we go. We'll turn the VORs off tracking as well. Any Canadian airline liveries, Matthew's asking. So there's, well, not so much Canadian, there's Alaska, that's probably the closest. Very quickly though, it will no doubt have hundreds of liveries available to it on flightsim.to. Wow, I've taken loads of screenshots already. Ellis, no, they're on auto. Epic Gaming, you've got to fly it carefully. It's a very realistic simulation of the real thing, so you've got to respect the aeroplane and you've got to give it all the data it needs in order to sort of fly properly. Look at that. No WestJet yet. Ilias, that's because NDB2, or ADF2, sorry, is not working. Nicholas, welcome. Stephen Cherry, welcome on board as well. Thanks for subscribing to the channel, folks. So I've quick catch up on anyone else I might have missed. Allhand, Robert, Brian, Panman, EF2005, Jimmy Lee as well, welcome to you. Michael, Marcin, Captain Speedbird, Mr. Nice Guy, Kayazo, Skyworker of Genie, Roy as well, welcome folks. Ton4. Wow, loads of us. JC, Logan, Mateus, Jonathan, Henrique, Rodolfo. Welcome folks, it's great to all have you on board with us. If you haven't yet tickled the red button, do press the subscribe button, hit the bell, and give the stream today a little like as well as we climb our way up. Over the mountains on our way now to Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Mikhail, can you show the toga button? So it's a really nice click spot. It's that screw there. But you can look down and you can select toga down here on the throttles. The easiest thing to do though, of course, is just press the screw. Screw transition, let's set standard. Let's just do another little bit of cabin pressure checks. Gav, cheers buddy. Thanks for the super chat. Richard's loving this, this is great. Really generous of you, Gav. Thank you for your ongoing support, buddy. And now we're just in the monitoring phase. Over the turbulent air, the mountains, black button on the top of the throttle. Yep. I mean, look at the level of detail here. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? If you're maybe tuning in, this is the first time you're seeing the PMDG 737. Very turbulent, Ellis. Dominican Rat, what yoke and throttle quadrant do you use? I've got the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight, and it's very good. 350 quid all in, and you get a 4 quadrant throttle. You get a very nice yoke as well, and loads of configurable buttons. You also get general aviation throttle prop and mixture levers too. Ellis wants to see the turbulence with the wing flex. There you go. Aniel, welcome. Jeff, welcome on board as well. Great to have you guys with us. Gary's asking how long have we had the 737 for? So only about a week now. This is, I think, my 5th or 6th flight in total with the bird. There's the wing flex from the outside. And we got the sat dome configured as well for today, as the aircraft is equipped with it in real life, with the Southwest. Look at these views, folks. Look at that, the orographic sort of cloud and stuff over the tops of the mountains. Look at that. Absolutely spectacular. There's the wing flex from the rear. Crash Heads asking about limitations due to the sim, with the exception of the weather radar, which is going to come in the future. I can't really say that there are any, to be honest. It's pretty good. Omar, they reached out and asked me if I would like to preview it effectively to you guys in the community. Tom's loving the Scimitar winglets. New Boy's asking, is the wing flex realistic? So I've only ever seen the 737 on the ground, and yeah, I can safely say that actually I would probably suggest it's quite good, quite realistic. In flight, I'm not sure. I've never flown on a 737 before in real life. Easy Flight was asking, is PMDG's physics better than Zebo's? Personally, I don't know, because I've not flown Zebo. I don't have X-Plane 11 either. But what I can say is this in particular is a remarkably good aeroplane. So we're leaving the SID now. Onto WERNR, and then we're going to be joining the Quebec 88 airway mostly, or almost actually, because we're going direct to Prompt, I think. Well, we're going to direct to GAP, and then from there we're joining the Star into Las Vegas. It is really bumpy, isn't it? Brett Allen, welcome aboard. David A's landing gear won't retract. That's not good. What aircraft are you flying? Akis, welcome. Using the sort of left, right, up, down arrows on my keyboard and on the drone camera using numpad. Let's have a look here at our arrival. So we're going to have 26 left. And the Chow 2 into Vegas. Omar, thank you very much, buddy. Really appreciate the super chat there. Good question as well. It seems to be a popular question too. Asking performance-wise, does it run better than the fly-by-wire? We'll wait for YouTube to catch up. Oh, here we go.
Performance-wise, does it run better than FBW?
For me, yeah, I can say safely it absolutely does. Chow 2 are on arrival to 26 left, so we're going to pin that, and I'm going to have a quick look here. Were we doing an ILS into Vegas, or are we doing our RNAV approach into Vegas? I forget. Let's have a quick check on Discord, because our flight plan properly is detailed on there. Make sure I select the correct one, of course. Don't want to confuse things. ILS 26, there we go, and then it's the RNAV 08 into Burbank. So ILS 26 left via Reno. Which is this. That's 1,000 above. Let the aeroplane just do its thing for a minute. Right, where were we? Let's get the charts back up there on your screens. So, coming in via Pre-Uno, basically a straight-in approach, runway 26 left into Vegas. And we're coming in via the Chow 2 RNAV arrival as well, from GAP, which is up here. GAP.Chow2, via Phil, Alan, Chow, and then from there, picking up Chow here. And up below flight level 190 to Wolf, and then we're splitting off towards Tattoo, Carlos and Prino at 210 knots at 8,000. Expect landing runway 26 left, ILS approach on the charts there. So you should be able to see both the screens. What we're going to do is we're going to select the Chow 2 26 left like so via GAP as the transition. And we're going to select ILS 26 left. Glide slope selected on, and we're going to go via Preno. Execute. We're going to check the legs page. We can see it here actually, because from GAP we're going straight in, look. So GAP, Manson, Phil, Alan Chow, Wolf, Tattoo, Carlos, Preno, and then ILS 26 left, we'll pin that chart. So we can see here we've got Preno, Larry, Muxar, Shand, Relin. And then runway 26 left, followed by a missed approach as well. So missed approach, we check this, climb to 3,200 feet, then a climbing right turn to 6,000. On a heading of 080, inbound the BLD. I think it's Boulder City, it is. Boulder City VOR, radial 286 degrees, and hold. Continue, climb in, hold to 6,000. So you can see that that data is actually quite nicely input here on the aeroplane. Descent forecast, descent winds forecast, as we've added in the data today. So we've downloaded via SimBrief both the .rte file and also the .wx file, and I've put those into the Sims work folder for this PMDG 737-700, and it then allows us to pull in all of this data like so. We'll submit that at our KLAS, KLAS for Las Vegas, and altimeter is 3009er. So this is the stuff that you would do prior to your hop of descent. Let's see if it'll allow me to put this in. No, because I think we've got the other things set. So 3009, I'm not sure what the equivalent would be actually for this. .1019. As the plane freaks out. What are you doing to me? Anyway, there we go. There's our cruise stuff set up. And we're just managing everything as we go. Got a little bit of a way to go actually. If we look in the descent page, should have showed you that as well. You can see top of descent in 336 nautical miles. So about 80 nautical miles beforehand, that's when probably you'd be doing the steps that we've just done. Gary just found the website, amazing information, fantastic, thank you very much. Hopefully a lot of it helps. That is also where the PMDG 737 checklist that I've created is going to live from Monday tomorrow. I'll be dropping 3 tutorials covering a full flight, and then I'll be aiming to do some more as well to cover a couple of other things. Right, Las Vegas 1169. Want treble 15. We're going to set treble 15 in nav 2 for the ILS as well, and 1167, which is the Boulder City VOR. So we've got them all. We've got our ILS frequencies set on both here, and we've got our nav to the Vegas VOR coming up as well. We can also set our course. We might as well do it now. 259. Does anyone know where the real aeroplane is? Set the course 2 as well there, like so. That super bouncy wings over this mountainous terrain at the moment. Paul, hello to you, welcome. David's still fighting the fly-by-wire with the gear retraction issue. That's madness. Max saying, got pretty bad frames in the fly-by-wire. Do you think I'd see an improvement in the 737? Personally, for me, with my system, you can use the command spec to have a little look to see what I've got hardware-wise. I find this is the smoothest, best performing aeroplane that I've got in Microsoft Flight Simulator, full stop at the moment. It's very, very smooth. Tyler says, is the trim sound fixed? Not yet, no. That will come in the future, hopefully. Real plane's just taken off. Wow. Well, to be fair, I think for the next leg, the sector into Burbank, we might end up trying to do the same thing. We might end up matching up, perhaps. Vex, do you like Aerosoft or PMDG for add-ons for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Both. They're both very good in what they do. Aerosoft CRJ, I absolutely love that. That's a fantastic aeroplane. That's my second favourite, in fact. Their Twin Otter's a great bit of fun as well. But PMDG, you know, they are best in class, if you like. Look at that. You get a little bit of wing bounce there. Mediza, it's set Fly Live Studios bar at the top. Yeah, so if you don't know, usually if maybe you're tuning in for the first time, I lock my sim via my NVIDIA control panel to 35 frames per second. And I find with this aeroplane add-on, that's the maximum I let my sim go to, and it is literally just sitting between 34-35 the whole time. So it's capping itself off at 35 all the time. and I find it very comfortable sim. The fly-by-wire, sometimes I can drop it down, it would drop down to like 25 to 30 at times, and when you're moving around is where you get the stutters, when you move around very quickly in the fly-by-wire A32NX. I don't get that at all in this. It's really good. You guys are going to be so impressed with it when it does drop. Let's make sure we resync our heading. But you can tell I'm used to the Airbus because I do it all the time without thinking in the CRJ. Bog, welcome on board. Pietro, welcome on board as well. Thanks for joining us today for this flight. 2 sectors. Got a 71, 72 knot headwind for us today as well. Oh, Ian got the dreaded not responding today on a flight to New Zealand. New Zealand to Australia, that's never good. Night Shadow, do you use or are you considering the Logitech radio panel? Ooh. No, actually I don't use that at all. I've heard it's very good. But what I have got is something called the Vuzix Autopilot Controller. I've done a video on it about a week or so ago, so do check that out. It's quite nice. It's about I'm trying to remember the price now, $160 US perhaps, and it's hand 3D printed by somebody and created and built for you in the States, so they ship it around the world for you based on where you are. Anthony, good evening British Nav Geek, how can I become a channel member? Depending on what device you're using, if you find the channel name you should see a join button next to it, and then you can see our 3 tiers of membership: bronze, silver and gold frequent flyer. Spectacular flying, good day to you, welcome. Let's see, what have we got here? Look at that. Very cool. Lieutenant Riot, Sim Update 9 is only Tuesday, so, you know, those hopeful amongst us would suggest perhaps the weekend coming. Who knows? They won't release it. The thing with PMDG is they will not release it until they are happy that it's in a state where they know they've mitigated any potential problems with Sim Update 9. We're in very good hands with PMDG folks, so do not worry at all. It's not delayed, it's not, I mean, I read somewhere the other day, I've read somewhere today in fact, that someone was suggesting that PMDG have cancelled it. That's not the case either, that's incorrect. It is coming. You can see it in the sim at the moment. You can see how well it's behaving as well and how nicely it's flying. So, I don't know, optimistic me, perhaps the weekend coming, or the weekend after. Night Shepherd's got me on TCAS, flight level 380 for him. Are you in front or behind? I can see somebody actually there. Let's see. Oh, you're behind. Are you catching me up? I think you are. He is 25 miles or so behind. There's our VNAV profile path thing, that's very cool. Pilot boy, can we see the POS page updating from the nav aids? This one. Look at that. Ah, Centurio, I've overtaken somebody already. Wish I'd have noticed. How's that? There's our progress page. You can see our ETA to GAP 1336Z. So we've got about, well, 36 minutes to get to GAP. 225 nautical miles to go for DTG, distance to go. And it's giving us our estimated fuel on board at each of these waypoints as well. It's showing us fuel into Las Vegas 3.7 tons, which is just above our FinRes. Danny's asking, are we still doing a 737 giveaway PMDG add-on if we hit 20,000 subs? So the condition there is we've got to hit 20,000 subscribers before the PMDG 737 releases, and then what I'll do on release day is I'll set up a Gleam giveaway link to buy somebody, a subscriber, one of the add-ons. Look at this headwind, 76 knots. It's updating the wind as we go as well, 218 at 84, wow. Showing us a left drift crosswind of 32 knots. Sat 54 degrees Celsius, and ISO deviation, which is 15 degrees at mean sea level. It's -2 here, so that'd be 13 degrees at mean sea level with an ISO deviation of -2. And it's showing us our true airspeed there as well. 4 pages of this. You could do an RTA waypoint progress update, our next waypoint progress update as well. It's a very deep, complex simulation. FlightRadar was asking, is there a cabin? So I've set up custom views like this. There's no cabin with these custom views that I've set up, but I will share this camera file with everybody when the aircraft does release via flightsim.to for you all to download. It will come with all of these different custom camera configs. Saf, how newbie friendly is the 737? So I've gone from never having flown a 737 in a sim before, and within about 4 or 5 flights I've become quite comfortable with it. I've watched numerous videos, but to help, it's a lot more work than an A320, as Centurio is saying there. It is a lot more work by comparison, but you get a lot more back from it. But from tomorrow, I've got 3 episodes going live across 3 days, covering a full flight between Prague and Skiathos, showing you guys how to sort of like get the most out of it, get from A to B from 0 hours quite comfortably, and hopefully that'll help everybody. Anthony was asking, can you change this from ton and kilograms to litres? Yeah, you can. Mr. Squiggle, yeah, don't forget folks, Just Flight are creating the BA146 for MSFS2, which is very nice. And I'm hoping one of the streams next week I'll be able to bring you the next latest development update from the Just Flight team. Someone was asking about cabin, so going on about cabin views and things. If we punch into the aeroplane here, going through just above doors 1 left. There we go, there's the interior. They have said it will be upgraded with a higher resolution cabin in due course. So watch this space. And I can see somebody over there. That's the Night Shepherd. Look at the reflections. And those very nice contrails. John's asking, we're using the Alpha Bravo, the open throttle, or the Boeing TCA? Neither. I'm using the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight, and it, for me, seems to be an absolutely perfect pairing for this aeroplane. Lots of configurable buttons on it as well. It works very nicely.
Dallas 117. I'm just seeing the 340.
Very easy to set up as well.
Massive headwind up at 380. You can see the current conflict. I'll be expediting down to 340.
Mr. Squiggles promised his wallet to the 146, but now I think I need a bigger wallet. Yeah, they're both incredibly good in their own right.
The rest, I'll level out then. I'll go back to 36. Not a problem.
Daniel asking, is there an iPad sort of tablet type thing EFB inside the cockpit? So there will be in the future. There isn't one at the moment.
Just pushing into a brick wall.
But they're waiting effectively to get a bit of weather data for the API and a few other bits before putting an EFB in, and it'll be a newly designed EFB as well, as opposed to the one that's you're probably used to seeing from the likes of the versions on P3D. But it'll be a different new look of an EFB. I mean, one thing that I really need to sort of work out here
Jetstar, I
is
got,
how to use
I got visual on you off my 12 o'clock.
the heads-up display properly, how to set the runway and all that sort of thing. Filippo, yeah, so Rajiv, I was just mentioning, I've got the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight, and I can highly recommend it. It's absolutely awesome. Across the A32NX by Fly-by-Wire, the Aerosoft CRJ, the Just Flight BA146 as well, with the 4 engines, and this aeroplane, the Velocity 1 from Turtle Beach. The Velocity 1 flight is very good indeed. So someone's asking about configurable options. So here on the ground you can set all your payload, you can open the doors and things. You can set the cabin lights auto to manual, and then you can set as required here. You leave them on auto, it can do it all for you. But in PMDG setup, we can set a lot of things on the fly. So we can change the MCP, which is this autopilot control panel here. You can do it in flight as well, which is really cool. To the Honeywell selection. Or back to Collins. And there's lots of different options here. We've gone through them before on a stream, on a previous stream. You can turn them on and off as you prefer, basically, to create a properly personalised 737 experience, which is really nice. I've left sort of the 40 call off and the 200 call off, but I've left 100 and 50 and 30 on the rad out on 2010. I've also selected the water on the terrain radar to show in cyan as well. There's terrain peaks mode, that's selected on, so if we had the terrain mode on, and it might be a different option actually as well, it will tell us the nearest peaks, 132 in fact, and the lowest 66, look at that. Make sure we've recentered that, and that column needs to go on to 10. I do forget that every now and again. ETOP selection as well. Carl Tate, I do have a physical MCP. It's an autopilot controller by Vizix. I've done a video on it, so do check it out. Dominican Rat's asking, does it have pause at top of descent? It certainly does. It's here somewhere. HGS is the heads-up display. We have got it installed today. There it is. Jordan Lord, hello, welcome. Someone was asking, how much would the 700 be? We don't know yet, sadly. We're waiting for PMDG to confirm the price and the release date. Follow them on the forums, the PMDG official forums, for all the latest information for that, because you will find out the second they put an update into that forum. That is the best way to find out any information, including price and release and all that sort of thing too, and their development updates as well. Will each new variant be a separate purchase? Yes, it will. So the 700 variant will come with the passenger version, which is what we've got here at the moment, and it will have the options of the 2 different types of winglets. It will also come with the BBJ1 Boeing business jet, which is based on the 737-700, and it will also then come with the freighter version as well. So all those 3 different 700 related variants will come in this one package, and then the next one will be the 600 variant in about roughly 6 weeks after release, and then 6 weeks after that the 800 will release. GVV saying, I heard a rumour it's releasing Tuesday, so probably not. If anything, maybe the weekend after, like that weekend, perhaps, is what I would put a guess on. But it is only simply a guess. Who knows? They'll release it when they feel like it's ready, naturally. Sim Update 9 is releasing on Tuesday. That perhaps is where people are getting a little bit muddled. Keith's asking, is there a PMDG choice without a Wi-Fi dome? Yep, you can just select it in here. Let's see, you can choose the eyebrows on or off as well. There you go, Wi-Fi antenna, so you can turn it off if you wish for the SAT Wi-Fi. Benjamin's asking, does the weather radar work? Not yet, no, sadly. PMDG need a SOBO to release the weather API for it to actually work, and in which case they can then, once that's done, they can get to work adding in the weather radar and all of its functions to try and make it as realistic as possible inside MSFS. Waffle will Osprey World Cargo, our little virtual airline sort of community thing, will be generating one, of course. GVV's asking how's performance compared to the A32NX or the CRJ. For me, this is the best performing in the sim that I've got, and I've said it a couple of times now. I've got my sim locked on 35 frames per second. Occasionally, depending on the type of scenery that I've got installed, that can get hammered a little bit. However, this is very smooth. I've got a bit of a mid-range system, so I do struggle sometimes on performance. And I've found that even if I'm panning around very quickly, I'm doing lots of things and I'm looking around the aeroplane quite a lot. Bearing in mind this is an extremely complex simulation, I'm finding it very smooth indeed. For me, it's the best aircraft that I've currently got in the sim performance-wise. LT Riot 757, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? I would absolutely love to be able to fly a 757 inside MSFS. Thomas, hello buddy. How does the 737 feel? There's the $1 million question. It feels fantastic, it looks great, it performs brilliantly, and it sounds remarkably good as well. In the specs command that Nightbot's just put into the live chat there, you can see the CPU and GPU and the RAM that I've got on my computer. But also you can see the hardware that I've got, the yoke and the throttle from Turtle Beach. Jus d'Orange, hello to you. This is hella cool. Relieved it hasn't come out yet. I have uni final year project deadlines. The urge would be too great. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I'm trying to revise for my meteorology exams for my PPL at the moment. Get my pilot's license, and I'm finding this rather a distraction. It is very enjoyable. Showing us here in the PFD, we've got 147 miles to gap. Teresa's asking where are we headed? We're heading to Las Vegas first. We've got the Fly Tampa Las Vegas scenery installed, which is incredibly good. Very, very nice. If you want any scenery at all, some of the scenery that we're checking out today, like the Denver that we've departed from Flightbeam Studios on Contrail, and also the Las Vegas that we're about to touch down into by Fly Tampa, some of the best you can get your hands on. Thomas, there is an interior, yes. So you set a custom wing view like this, which is what I've done for today's streams. Let's see, wrong way. You get that, which is fine because I've set the exterior views to be like this. But you can use the drone camera as well, and you can go into an interior too. William's asking, will there be a cargo version in the 700 release? There will be, yes. There we go, there's your interior, Thomas. Excuse the drone camera. It keeps smashing through the bulkhead. How do you set frames per second in NVIDIA? Paul's asking. I've done a video on it if it helps. How to limit frames in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think I've called it. Teresa, the ETA should be at the top of your screen. I'd have to check a different program because I don't have access to it. It's a very bumpy ride, Anthony. Yeah, there's 3 variants that will be available in the 737-700 upon release from PMDG. You've got the BBJ version, the business jet. You've got this passenger variant and the cargo version as well. You've got multiple different Southwest liveries included, including the old version. Very enjoyable. ETA 50 minutes. That is exactly correct, actually, Lieutenant Wright, from what I've just seen on my programme. Yeah, ETA 14:05Z, about 50 minutes, 300 nautical miles to go. TCAS front. 40 miles, just on the outer range. Super bumpy wings today. Very turbulent over the mountains. LGC's asking, what is my current frames per second? LGC's got a 1660, manages to get over 40 frames in 1080p on high and ultra, hoping this will be similar. Wow, okay. I mean, I've got a 2070 Super. I've got my frames locked to 35, and this is pretty much just solid at 35 the whole time. But this is so bumpy, isn't it? It's interesting. So what that is Microsoft Flight Simulator's weather system updating and refreshing with the latest pressure in the area. So what you do get sometimes, because it tries to model it very accurately, you get a drop. But as you can see here, the aeroplane's warned us of it, and it's allowed the aeroplane to stabilise, and now it's climbing back to flight level 340. No, it's Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's Premium Deluxe Edition as well, which is around about £100 or so. Top of descent in 179 nautical miles, and if we just double check the charts, the Chow 2 RNAV arrival, we can see that we don't want to commit to any descent through GAPP, but we need to be at fill at or above flight level 240, Chow at or below flight level 190. So let's check this in the legs page for the data. Fill flight level 240, Allen flight level 230 to flight level 170. So let's, in fact, you can see that there, it's between the two. 17,000 flight level 230 there is a between Allen. Hopefully the VNAV will aim for the sort of midpoint between the two of those. And then Chow at 250 knots as per the charts with the speed constraint, and at or below flight level 190. Moving through the star from Chow. Wolf, there's no sort of indicated altitudes to aim for, but the one after that, Tattoo, between 9,500 and 10,500, and you can see that replicated there in the charts as well. Carlos below 9,000 feet, and then Prino 8,000 at 8,000 feet, exactly, and 210 knots. So it looks like the nav is very good as well. Flyby, when will the 737 released to the public? I'm not sure actually. Yeah, who knows? I feel like it's soon. I feel like it's soon. The only thing that's out there at the moment is speculation, as Centurio is saying. So we're just trying to take some educated guesses as to whether or not it's coming sooner rather than later. But the one thing that we do know is coming. Hello. Oh, let's ignore that. We've already gone through climb. Yeah, the one thing we do know is Sim Update 9 is coming on Tuesday. So literally in 2 days, Sim Update 9 will be launching for Microsoft Flight Simulator users. Oh, the lighting, Alex, is spectacular. And we started today at night, so you guys could see all of the sort of cabin lighting. It's in real time, so we've kind of watched the sunrise as well. 5:45, very good afternoon to you. Any news on the EFB? No, no news yet. We've been told it's coming as Centurio said possibly within about 2 months of release, based upon what they've said on the forums. But it will come. Tonka, hello. Yeah, they sent me an email one day asking if I would like to be one of the very few, it seems, able to sort of preview it. So myself on YouTube, I think I'm the only live streamer on YouTube being able to show you guys this at the moment, exclusively on YouTube, I should say. The other folks, Chewy and Flying Fabio, are on Twitch, previewing it as well. Sergeant Lobster, are you noticing any major glitches, or does it seem ready to go for a live release? So I've done a couple of flights with it, apart from one mistake with the offset, which kind of triggered a crash to desktop. I've had no problems with it at all so far. No bugs, no concerns, nothing that's thrown me off a little bit, and I've been able to learn it at a really nice rate. It's very different to an Airbus after all. In relation to the offset thing that I was just mentioning, we had that on the flight from Prague to Skiathos. Good grief, what the? Some severe turbulence. Look at this. Let's manually get the seatbelt signs on, I think. This could be Microsoft Flight Simulator live weather, to be honest. Yeah, speaking of the offsets function, basically the aeroplane can fly an offset track left or right of your planned line, which is incredibly good. I think currently it's the only aircraft that can do it inside Microsoft Flight Simulator. So that's a really exciting feature, but we managed to break it. That said, by the time I'd finished the stream, PMDG had emailed me and said that they'd seen it, they'd replicated it, and they'd found the bug, and they were working to fix it. So it shows you how proactive the team are, the development team are at PMDG. They're watching some of these preview streams really closely, depending on the things that we click, the things that we do. Various different experience levels with the 737. And when something comes up, they're on top of it. So it shows we're in good hands. They really care about making a fantastic add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and in a way this is kind of probably going to become their flagship product. Brian saying, which is the steeper learning curve, the PMDG 737 or the Aerosoft CRJ? Ooh. I would say they're both on par with each other in relation to going from 0 hours all the way through to being comfortable with it. I would probably say that they're both at a level with one another. The systems are very different between the two, of course. Matthew's never owned a PMDG product before, but it looks fantastic. As Lieutenant Riot saying there, PMDG truly is top class. Yeah, it shows in sort of how they're managing the beta. There's a chap called Emmanuel who is doing a couple of videos on YouTube as a bit of an experiment. He's never done them before, but he is a real 737 pilot, and he's been putting everything to the test for this aeroplane, including going through all of the different failure modes, simulating rapid decompressions, doing emergency descents, really putting it to test with a quick reference handbook, which is basically the manual that the pilots would refer to if a warning light came on and basically an emergency was starting to develop. So it shows you how serious their beta program is as well. Alex, what's freaky is when you fly over Phoenix, Vegas, all that area is super bumpy. Matthew, do all the systems work? Is anything in-op? So ADF2 is in-op, that doesn't do anything. But that's also replicated down here. Potentially it's a thing in the real aeroplane, perhaps. I don't know. But the only thing really is the weather radar. Bonker, that's it, the failure mode guy. And he's doing it on VATSIM. So he's literally testing the aeroplane, and he's getting an engine failure suddenly appear through the failure system, and he's having to deal with it on the VATSIM network with controllers. So yeah, really good. And that's how they're testing it. They're doing it in a really serious way. So in depth. When would a pilot fly an offset, Charles is asking? That's a great question. So, take an event on VATSIM like Cross the Pond for a bit of an example, I suppose. You've got all these big aircraft, you know, airliners, or sort of the twin jet long haul airliners can do it as well. But say for example you've got 3 aeroplanes all flying across the Atlantic Ocean using coordinates to navigate, like a NAT track Alpha. In effect, if you've got one aeroplane that's going faster than the other, but also it's going to be overtaking that other aeroplane, it might want to fly an offset track to the left or the right, depending on the circumstances, of like 2 miles or 1 mile to overtake the aeroplane without then having to climb or descend. So that's what offset track can do. It also means you can get some fantastic screenshots on the VATSIM network. Flying alongside people 1 mile apart at the same level on the same airway, but you're flying one mile offset to the right, 1 mile offset to the left. It's very cool. A couple of people stoked for this by the looks of it in the live chat. PMDG has my money for sure, says Matthew. Yeah, as a kid named Kenny's saying, from Sim Update 10 I believe it is, as he's saying there, the weather data API should be getting released from Sobo to all the developers, and at that point what we should be able to see, well I hope we're going to be able to see, is developers like PMDG and Aerosoft with the CRJ as well start to come into the fray with basically adding in the weather data for accurate radars. Yeah, as Centurio is saying there, offsets most of the time are pilot discretion. But if you are going to do an offset on the network on this aeroplane when it does release and you're on VATSIM, you can just say, if you're under, say, Eurocontrol, you can advise them that you're going to fly an offset track 1 nautical mile to the right, or something like that. Night shadow as well, so that's a really good way of doing it as well. If you're coming up to a storm cell and you can see a lot of really horrible cumulonimbus clouds and some severe icing and severe turbulence risk, that would obviously become even easier to work out with a weather radar, of course. But yeah, you can use offset track to do that as well. Captain M&M's, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing. Swoosh loving the overhead panel. Somebody asking there what I think of the Captain Sim 777. It's atrocious. What an awful developer. Don't waste your money on them, folks. Avoid them like the plague. Yeah. It's rubbish. The Captain Sim 777, really not good at all. Their 130 that they've released is, oh, yeah, no words. This, by comparison, the opposite end of the spectrum, absolutely spectacular. Alex loving the view, it's good, isn't it? Captain Scam, that's probably a good way of describing it, yeah. Not so much a scam, but they just don't care. There's the flight deck in all its glory from the door, if you like. Look how good that looks. Max B asking, how is the 737? Waiting to see if I want to get it or not. I am loving every second of this. I mean, there you go. Look at that for a screenshot, folks. In fact, I'm definitely going to screenshot that. That shows you how good this aeroplane is. Yeah, you can get a better C-130 in Grand Theft Auto 5. What about from behind the captain's chair? Can we get the camera behind here? Yes, of course we can. There's like a upper GoPro view from behind the captain's bonce. Yeah, Captain Sim's original developers aren't actually part of Captain Sim anymore. A different group of people purchased the name so that they can use their brand effectively. So that's how they're tricking people into purchasing their add-ons. Mikael, wow, it's nice, isn't it? Keep smashing that like button, folks, as well. Hopefully you're enjoying it today. Jarrod, yeah, that's comparing different kinds of crap, I guess, yeah. Curo Factual, welcome. Mario H, hello to you, buddy. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing, folks. Great to have you here. Captain Sim 767 is also pretty rubbish. It's all rubbish. But Probot, the guy that created the P3D Captain Sim 757, isn't part of the team anymore. So he's not part of Captain Sim anymore, effectively. Charles, the flight deck looks very complex. Yeah, it's very different to the A320. It is very different to the A320. There's a lot of technical things to manage. If you missed yesterday's stream, folks, actually, let's see if I can show this to you. Well, perhaps not. Let's have a look here. There we go. Ta-da! I've created a 2-page checklist, which you'll be able to download for free from our website. And it will cover pretty much most of the different scenarios through the phases of flight. So we're looking at pre-flight, before start, all of that side of the page. Then we're going on to engine start and all the checks required for that. Taxi checks, followed by pre-departure checks up to the hold. And then we've got takeoff. And I've been using this today to work through all of the stuff prior to departure. After takeoff, passing 10,000 feet, passing transition altitudes, checking pressurizations, and then, as we're going to go on to very soon, descent, approach, after landing, and shutdown. When the 737 does release from PMDG, they've put together a really nice introductory handbook. It's 120 pages long, but it's got loads of tips and tricks from the beta team, which is a nice little addition. A couple of disclaimers and copyrights and things. Oh my god, this turbulence is horrendous. In fairness, the aeroplane's doing remarkably well. The autopilot is still sticking with it. There's traffic in vicinity of the GAPP waypoint. Southwest 237 experiencing some severe turbulence. Yeah, lots of troubleshooting as well, so if you do get some issues like PMDG 737 did not do what you expected, and there's different things as to what might be happening, depending on what issue you might find yourself coming across, setting elevator trim and things like that. But there is usually within the answers there, because you might have missed a step. So like, can't get Toga to activate, you've got to have both flight directors active. So yeah, really good in-depth handy introduction basically. Swoosh, yes, there's 2 paint schemes that are going to be included for this package by default. It's going to have the new Southwest livery, but it's also going to have the old Southwest livery as well. Is there a way to get to turbulent penetration speed in the Boeing 737? I don't think so. I wouldn't probably know how, to be totally honest with you. Centurio is barely getting any turbulence. Interesting. I mean, I think potentially it's Microsoft Flight Simulator's weather data. Galileo, hello. So I can't see the thing at the top of your screens. That's like a stream overlay for you folks to watch. You can see our position, altitude, that sort of thing. Our call sign for today on the VATSIM network as well. And our aircraft type. It's Fly Live Studio, but I do find it quite unreliable at times. It does break on occasion. Centurio's at top of descent already. Oi. How far have we got to top of descent? 82 nautical miles. Right, so we'll give it a few, and then we're going to start working through descent checks and making sure we've got our weather data and arrival data are all input, and we've got our charts ready for our descent into Las Vegas, sector 1 of 2. Defcon 001, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Keep smashing that like button as well, folks. I think this is just weather data instability inside the sim. Sergeant Lobster, dang, I really want to do one of these group flights one time. Absolutely. Do you have to set up the hood? Swoosh Bro is asking.
Thanks for that checklist.
Oh, Motley Aces, you're most welcome. Thank you very much, mate, for supporting the stream there with a tip. Very generous of you. Hopefully you find the checklist really handy, along with the video tutorials too. Have a graph then. So here's our star. We're going in via GAPP. Dotted line through that centre of the inset there. Bill, Alan, Chow at 250 knots, below flight level 190. Then we're committing through transition from Chow, Wolf, Patu, Carlos, Brino, 8,000 feet at Prino and at 210 knots, followed by the ILS runway 26 left into Las Vegas. Bit of terrain around there as well to manage. We've got the Boulder City VOR tuned, 116.7 in nav 2 over there, and it's active at the moment as well. And we've also got the VOR for Las Vegas LAS 116.9 selected. What we can do is put a fixed ring in of 10 miles, say, so Shand mandatory 4,800 feet. And we go to check our airport elevation, 2,181, because we need to make sure that has gone into, as close as possible, our landing altitude box up here in the overhead panel, and make sure that it's on automatic. Minimums, ILS 2269, we're going to set that as well in just a few minutes. We're going to go through all of this in a minute. And the runway length, let's see if I can find it. 26 left, 3,208 metres long. So I'm also going to try and work out how to set it in the hood. Right, first things first, let's set the minimums. Where's the charts gone? 2269. A lot of scrolling with this one now. See it on the PFD, but also on the heads-up display updating. Yeah, it's not out yet, folks. It is releasing in the near future. It will be payware. We don't know the release date or the price. And this version that we're flying today is an early access in development preview build as well, don't forget. So some of the features, the sounds and things might change. Wow, this is a lot of scrolling here. 2269, keep it going. On the Barrow, that's set, and we want the latest status from Las Vegas, altimeter 3011. So while we're up here, we can set that as well, so that's ready for our descent. Top descent coming up. What else? Boulder City and Las Vegas, they're both set. Active, and we got the ILS tuned as well, which is treble 1.5 in both nav 1 and nav 2. And we've got the course set in both nav 1 and nav 2 stacks of 259 degrees as well. That's important for us. Now, the one thing I don't know how to do is this stuff. Runway length. Is it in meters or is it in feet? 10.526. Let's see what happens. EL. LM. Not quite sure what any of it means. IMC, VMC. Who knows? But we've changed the actual look on the heads-up display there. KLAS's elevation. Actually, yeah, you would be correct there, wouldn't you? EL elevation, of course it does. 2181. And then, yeah, I mean, I don't really use heads-up displays myself anyway in any aircraft add-ons that I've got, to be honest. I don't ever really feel the need for it. Landing length there, I'll leave it at 10,000 actually, because it's 10,526. Length in meters. Oh, LM, length meters, 3208. So hopefully, I mean, the idea here is that we're going to potentially, if I've got it set up correctly, we might see an extended centre line or something like that. But I have changed one of the modes. Somehow. Runway elevation 2069, doc says. Oh yes, it's threshold elevation, isn't it? Not airfield elevation for this one. Cheers, buddy. Okay, let's have another quick look here at my checklist. So, we're going to be... Press the taxiway button until you see EL type in runway elevation. Night Shadow, loving it, giving us the spiel here, telling us how to do it. Press the taxiway button, you see EL type in the runway elevation. Press runway again until you see LN. Yeah, this is what I'm very unfamiliar with. But if you guys can help me get it set up to see what it all looks like when we get closer, that's going to be really good. Right, descent then. Arrival and weather data obtained and set. We've got the local QNH 3011 set, ready to go. Destination weather obtained. We've got winds 340 degrees at 11 knots, 10 statute miles, visibility, more. Clear skies, 14 degrees Celsius, -8 for the dew point, altimeter 3011. How many frames per second do I get? I've got my sim locked at 35 frames per second and it is pretty static at that, to be honest. It's very good. Landing altitude, check. Just done that, and we checked our radios, ILS, course, lock, etc. MCP, reset altitude. So we're going to set 8,000. And we're going to let the VNAV take us all the way down through the constraints of the star to 8,000 to see what happens here. Angelo, hello. Can't download it just yet, it's not available, but do keep an eye on the updates on the PMDG forums. The link is in the description for today's live stream. Altimeter set, minimums are set, approach briefed, auto brake set as required. Let's go, auto brake 1. And then we've just got to do the remainder at top of descent. So we'll make sure we are on VNAV, so we do descend as we approach top of descent there. Realblocks Gaming, how do you get a constant FPS rate? So you can set it inside your NVIDIA control panel on your Windows desktop. Ah, wow. Press enter. Okay. H. Dialio, welcome. DEFCON, so initially they're going to release the Boeing 737-700 and primary mode used from takeoff to final approach, PRI. Okay, so we want PRI on, don't we? Like that, and then standby IMC. Yeah, there we go. Hey, hello to you. Real World Southwest 237 is flying at flight level 380 today. Ah, good spot. We departed about 5 minutes ahead. 8,000. Make sure our heading is set there. We need to just adjust that to make sure it's along our heading. MC mode provides navigation guidance from the flight control computer and displays it as a flight director command. IMC mode. So, which do we want for like the visual runway extension? Shall we try and see what it looks like and land this thing with the heads-up display down, folks, today? Top of descent coming up. We're going to put seatbelt signs back onto auto, just one click. And another quick check of the fuel here as well. That's all looking fine. Very carefully working through different things here. Okay. Cheerio should be on the ground in the next 10 minutes. Awesome. Top of descent. I'm going to hit descent now. We're 4 nautical miles away from it anyway. Down we go. Oh, the real aircraft is literally just behind us then. Descent time. The good thing with this is if the data's correct with the VNAV, it is remarkably nice, and the VNAV's very good. Good to see the turbulence is settled now as well. Hey, hello to you as well. You should be used to the modes. It's also in the CRJ. It is, but you know what? I don't use it in the CRJ. I like to sort of I like to do stuff without a heads-up display, although I know a lot of you love a bit of a HUD as well, to be fair. Jojo, can you enter the cabin? You can. Let's, before we get too far into the descent, let's just have a final peek through the cabin here, for anyone that might have missed it. There we go. Oops. Drone camera is going to struggle to keep up with this, I think. There you go, there's the cabin. Motley Aces, hello buddy. Here we are, towards Las Vegas. We're going to go speed intervention mode, and actually we're going to flick this up to like 270. Keep the speed up a little bit for now, I think. Oi, oi, hello. No, this is a Boeing 737-700 NG. 737NG, the next gen ones. We're slightly below the VNAV path because we started our descent early, just before top of descent. Centuria is doing flaps 3 with a VREF of 153. That's the next thing we've got to do. For approach data, we're going to go init ref, index, approach, flaps 30 for our approach as well, so we'll select that and we'll add that in like so, and you can now see it selected on the PFD on the bottom left. So we've got our minimums and our approach configuration as well. There is a flaps 40 option, but some airlines around the world have actually got flaps 40 blocked off. Actually, just quickly remind myself, approach refs, it was flaps 30, 132. Wow, that's mad. Yeah, Centurio's in a 737-900. So it shows you how big, well, 900ER, how big that is compared and how heavy it is compared. Much faster VREF. ZAKRY, hello to you, welcome. They asked me if I'd like to preview it to the community, which I'm absolutely honoured to have been able to accept. We're just monitoring the VNAV as we do descend here to make sure that we are hitting the right things. There's a decel point, a little green decel point at Chow. So we've gone back to VNAV, we've come out of speed intervention, and you can see the aeroplane's got a little decel waypoint there for us. It's C3, Doc. I'll try and find it. ZAKRY's asking how do I like it. I'm absolutely loving it. It is a very, very nice add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator. They've done a remarkable job with it. Right, where are we going? 26 left for an arrival, so we're going to vacate maybe Alpha 6 if we can. About 2/3 of the way down the runway. From Alpha 6 we're going to vacate, cross runway 26 right, and then we're going to taxi Bravo, Bravo 5, Bravo, Bravo 4, and then straight in to our stand perhaps. Like Shadow, absolutely, and this Fly Tampa Vegas is a beautiful bit of scenery. They've done a fantastic job with it. They've basically created something quite remarkable. Let's leave it in speed intervention for a minute. Let's keep it at 270.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we make our final descent, we ask that you please return all seatbacks and tray tables to the full upright and locked position. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin one last time to pick up all those service items. We do recycle here at Southwest Airlines, so we ask that you please pass all your recyclable items, newspapers, magazines, bottles, and cans to the flight attendants as we walk through the aisle. Thank you.
Yes, there is a lot you can do system-wise, yes. There is multiple pages, like 40 different failure modes that you can activate, so within you can have it set to random, and at some point in a 200-hour stage of flying you might get some sort of mechanical problem pop up. Very good. Sanders, I think Flying Tampa's Vegas is the best scenery in game so far. The new Aerosoft Brussels is incredibly good, that is remarkable. Taking off 01 right out of Vegas for the next leg, good stuff. So you're going to watch me. I mean, this is the first turnaround that I've ever done as well. And you do an outside view ZX is asking for. Well, we've got the wing views. Christian, no, the announcements are part of the Luke Air tool, and it's a really nice bit of freeware. Lots of different announcements. Why is it rocking? It's been quite a turbulent sector, to be honest. There, you could go to flightsim.to and you can search Luke Air Tool, all one word, and you'll find the client there. You'll be able to download it, and it's actually got a bit of a. It's called PackSim, but it's very similar to PackX as well. If you like to use that sort of thing. Oh, the new Renton's remarkably good. Glenn, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Hope you're enjoying it so far. EasyJet Scottish Siltwing, hello to you. Okay, let's go back into the flight decks. We've just got to monitor stuff. 16 miles to Chow, and we've got to be at or below flight level 190, and we are. So I'm going to come off speed intervention mode now, because in 15 miles we're going to be speed limited to max 250 knots. So we're actually going to let the aeroplane slowly decelerate. There we go. Waffle. He only flies to Skiathos. Skiathos is good, isn't it? It's always good. One of my favourites. Mykonos is very good as well. You get wing shear on approach into Mykonos very frequently. Is there a high poly window for a realistic wing view like the A32NX? Like this one. Ilias, I love the Greek islands in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I also love Japan, so they're probably my two favourite places. But the US is always very good to fly in. New Zealand is remarkably nice. Let's bring this range down a little bit here. I mean, look at VNAV doing its thing here. Let's go to local pressure now. We're below transition. And quick check of the checklist here. And yeah, it's altimeter set local QNH below transition. The next stage of the checklist is going to be landing lights on, runway turn lights on, seatbelt signs and cabin lights as required, and then confirm ATIS and approach. And then we're going to work through towards the next stage, approach. We've already done nav course frequency checked, we've done that as well. It's just going to be then extending speeds, make sure speeds are in limits, extending flaps, arming speed brakes, and then flying the ILS approach. This is my first ILS approach in the PMDG 737 as well. You guys get to watch it live. Keep smashing the like button as well. Hopefully we can get to 300 likes before we get to stand in Las Vegas. Boulder City, by the way, which is over here somewhere. It's got a really nice airfield, and I did a skydive years and years ago out of Boulder City, skydive Las Vegas. It is incredibly good. Or PLG, he's getting close. He's catching us up, isn't he? Look at QNH 3013 now. A little jump, isn't it? Christian, so there's two wing options effectively. There's Preno. Just checking some data, bear with me. Preno at 8,000, so as long as that banana stays committed at Preno, it's going to be on profile. It's actually beyond that at the moment. So what the aeroplane's trying to do, look, it's recalculating chow, and it's just making sure we're back on the VNAV path for our descent, and our speeds are good and all that sort of thing. It's auto-land modelled, I think it is, but I never really use anything like that, to be honest. Tandem jump night shadow, I mean, it would have been great to do a single, but I wouldn't know what I was doing. It was really good fun, laughed every second of it. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Chorio's already on the ground, wow. Christian McDonald, so when this releases, I'm going to put the camera.config file that I've got, that I'm using today in the stream, with all my custom wing views onto flightsim.to. I'll upload it as part of my custom wing view package on the website. So you'll be able to download it and just click, drag, overwrite it on the 737-700 passenger variant. It will give you your wing views that we're using today. If not, I have done a tutorial showing you how to set it. You've got to go into the camera config files, change a couple of the values by reducing them by -40, things like that. Jay's making his approach. So we've got to be Preno at 8,000 feet and reducing speed to 210 knots. Yes, there's more to Boeing. There's more management required from Boeing. An Airbus, you can just kind of turn it all on, monitor everything, and let it do its thing. But I find this a lot more rewarding. Certainly a lot more enjoyable. One great thing here is it will tell you where the highest peaks are around the aircraft with the terrain map. But we'll put terrain radar on for a little bit. God, yeah, crazy. Bit of a crosswind for 2.6 left. Love it. Might be my first proper crosswind in this as well, perhaps. Though we had a couple of knots into Skiathos, didn't we? Winds 340 degrees at 10 knots. Wow, okay, yeah. That is a bit of a crosswind. Okay, there's Boulder City, just over on the nose, in fact. There's a hold at Boulder City, and the blue dash there is the LNAV for the missed approach, if we do go around. We're going Preno, Larry, Hoxar, Shand, Welin. That is our final approach there in just a few miles. Vegas traffic southwest 237, Boeing 737-700, altimeter 3013, inbound on the Chow 2 RNAV arrival passing Wolf, expecting the ILS runway 26 left, transition with Reno, will report when established. Vegas traffic. Is that Lake Mead down there? Possibly. Let me try and find out. Yes, it is. On the left-hand side, Lake Mead. Okay, so... Oh, night shadow. Let's hope. Let's hope. Below 10,000 then. Landing lights on, runway turn lights on. Seatbelt signs and cabin lights as required. We're going to give the crew a ding. It's on auto. 2 little dings to let them know it's time to land. And we're going to work towards our approach checklist now because Preno is coming up hot. In fact, we're going to set... What have we got here? We're going to continue down to 5. So, speed brake. Arm. I've got the, I've obviously got the thrust, the auto thrust override setting on still. Let's go back onto VNAV. I did that as a bit of a realism setting, but it's, I forgot it was on there. Vegas is over there somewhere. Distance, can't quite see it yet.
Las Vegas traffic, just 722, 3 miles Wolf on the Chow Sid for a Preno arrival into 26 left, Denver Las Vegas traffic.
We've got 7.7 miles now to Preno, 1,000 foot to lose. Didn't put a fix ring in. Let's see if I can do one quickly. Fix plus. Just for a 10-mile guide. /10.
Vegas traffic Dallas 117, 3.4 miles from Wolf. Currently 13,500 for the same transition. I've slowed down for 230.
What do we want here? Shand 4,800 mandatory. So let's set that. And then Relin 5 miles from touchdown. Glide slope from 3,800 feet. Can't quite work out in this instance how to fix the IFIS mode nav disagree. We're going to go approach mode, arm that. Other controls, someone's asking. Very nice. Jonathan, hello, welcome. Hawks, hello to you as well. First time chatting, been watching your videos for a while. Keep up the great work. Thanks for choosing to subscribe today. Automator, good morning to you. Amaze Taste, yeah, I've been to Vegas quite a few times actually in real life, through work. Okay, there's the ILS picking up. And we're actually on the glide slope already. We're going to arm autopilot 2 or CMDB. Approach mode's armed, and the glide slope is active. $20 miles we're showing. Yep, got the ILS frequency incorrect. 259, 259, and oh, actually, hold on, stand by. Got to actually transfer them across, didn't I? There we go, that's why. Rookie mistake there. So we're actually staying in LNAV that whole time. Casper, welcome. Gamer Diol, welcome as well. Approach mode's now active. Oh, I just needed a bit more of a click. Oh, it was active. Go gear down. We are in the retraction speeds, 230 and above. Let's just get that down to assist us. So we're going to go flaps 1. Vegas traffic southwest 237 is established ILS 26 left, 14 mile finals Vegas traffic. Interesting. So it's showing approach mode on. It's giving us a bit of a runway. I'm actually finding this a little bit confusing as well. Go flaps 5. 137 is what we're going to aim for.
2500.
We'll go 160 till 4. It's getting bumpy.
Las Vegas traffic, American 328, clear the active runway.
It's on glide path and VOR lock mode as well. MCP speed is set. We're going to go flaps 15. Look at that.
Las Vegas traffic, Frontier Flight 9781.
Logical, hello, Tube Loops, welcome.
Of the field, inbound Chow arrival.
That's a good shout, actually.
Runway 26 left. Over report established. Las Vegas traffic.
Vegas traffic, Jetstar 722, established on the ILS 26 left, 19 miles. Vegas traffic.
There we go, approach mode's active now, and CMDB, so it's just a little thing. We've got a preview in development build, of course, don't forget. 9 miles.
328, crossing runway 1 right, on Sierra, headed for Terminal Alpha.
37. There's that little runway image. Got a heck of a crosswind today. Just going to make sure I've got heading
Las Vegas
set.
traffic, Frontier Flight 9781 will hold at Preno for separation. Las Vegas traffic.
Bring that in. We've got a TCAS alert for an aircraft directly towards. Do that now, and we're going to make sure we've got 6,000 set on the MCP, which is our missed approach. This is where you know let's fly it. Let's just fly it manually, shall we? Because we're below the glide path. I'm trying to work out what the aeroplane wants. I'm going to get rid of this because it's very distracting.
117 establishing ILS for runway 26 left behind the Jetstar flight. Have lowered speed to 190 knots to get separation.
That's a bit better. Flaps 30. We'll just fly it manually. Here we go. Now you guys can see how it really flies, really handles as well. Whoops. Need to sort out trim here. Who knows? See, as we were saying before, it's very different to a Airbus, and there are things that you've got to kind of learn as you go with this aeroplane, because it is very different indeed. Just trying to sort of get this nice and stable again. Yeah. Where's our minimums?
1,000.
Almost like a ruddy assault landing, this. Not what I was hoping for. There we go, we're getting it back. Easy to get it to throw you off a little bit here.
Approaching minimums.
Cool, we're stable now.
100.
But it was very much nearly a go around, wasn't it?
30. 20. 10.
Let's get that down. Oh, tell you what. Who else was a bit worried there for a minute? We'll vacate Alpha 6. Hey, we got it back, didn't we? Vegas traffic, Southwest 237, vacated 26 left, cross 26 right, taxied to gate Charlie 3. Look at that reflection. Wow.
Vegas traffic just 722, landing runway 26 left.
Right.
6 miles.
Let's reset that. Spoilers retract. Just going to cross this runway. We're going to do after landing checks. Flaps can go up.
On behalf of Southwest Airlines and your entire flight crew would like to be the first to welcome you. Please remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened and your luggage right where it is.
I'm going to go transponder onto our reporting off for now.
I'd like to remind you to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items you place here may have shipped.
Now we've vacated the other runway. Let's go post strobe and steady to steady.
To Seattle or
Landing lights off, runway turn lights off, taxi lights on. APU check aft pump on. And bleed.
Here in Las Vegas, just check the TV monitor for your gate and flight number. We certainly have enjoyed spending part of our morning with you. Y'all go out and have a good week. Buckle up and come back and see us again real soon.
Mikey, welcome. Mancoon Crest, thank you very much. Hey, it was getting a little bit close there, wasn't it? I thought we were going to have to do a go around. Let's continue our checks. What are we doing here? Let's see. Anti-ice as required. We're waiting for the APU to start. Let's get Pro P off.
Inbound ILS.
Charlie 3 is the other side of this, I believe. Yeah, via 10. The attended recording, it's the Luke Air Tool. It's clear master caution. Transfer power to the APU bus. Make sure it's on bleed. Morning, Deadlift Media over in Colorado. Hello. It's the Luke Air Tool. It's freeware on flightsim.to. So exactly. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. You know what? It's I guess the problem there with the approach was the fact that I'd forgotten to switch the navs across in all of the other things that I was trying to do for my first ever ILS. But it's pilot, basically user error, pilot error.
Received, and I'm on final for 27 left. 26 left, sorry.
But I'm still learning the aeroplane. It's I guess the main thing. Real flight's just landed. Wow.
722.
Just ahead of it.
Runway 26 right via Alpha 5, taxiing Bravo.
Charlie 3 down the bottom.
Charlie to the gates.
Olanono, welcome. Yeah, a little bit of pilot error, I suspect. I find the heads-up display quite distracting. I never use it normally in the sim anyway, and I probably won't again. It's a lot of stuff in your face as you're trying to look at the runway. That's Charlie 5. Charlie 4. On to stand then. We're going to turn the taxi lights off. Press the approach button before the diamond was alive. Okay, interesting. But surely that should have just put it into arm standby, right? Perhaps that is, that was the problem, I guess, because the glide slope wasn't there because I'd tuned the ILS I'd put it into nav 2 and nav 1 standby, but I'd forgot to activate the frequencies. And then it all got very busy. So, yeah, pilot error, as it usually is. I'll break on. Little click there.
Vegas traffic, Dallas 117, clear runway 26 left.
So, part brake set. APU gens are set on and checked. They are on, and we're going to just make sure they are generating power. Happy with that. MJP, welcome on board. So, your control levers.
Las Vegas traffic, Frontier Flight 9781
off.
is fully established. Runway 26 left, Las Vegas traffic.
Anti-collision lights off. Ground equipment, let's get this in position, and we're going to begin our southwest turnaround. Menu, FS actions, ground surfaces. Wheels set. Might as well just use air stairs for today. Turn here, ground services. Let's go across here to fuel truck request, and we need to think about our next leg, which is going to be Vegas to Burbank, and it's 4,448 kilos of fuel, 4548. I'm going to request the fuel truck. I'm going to deboard. And we've got to request the loaders as well. Go for 0 and 0. We'll wait for all of these to get in position. If I quickly go outside, you can see we've got chocks. The good stuff. The fuel is already here. We've got the baggage loaders rocking up as well. There's the passenger bus on the other side of the aeroplane. They're connecting. The plane starts, so we can start getting rid of all the passengers. Fueling won't start just yet because there we go, fuel truck is here, so let's start him. And we're waiting for the cargo loaders to turn up as well, and then we can start taking all the bags off, putting everything else back on. Departure, runway 01, good stuff. Right, arrival hold, arriving. They can take a little while. You call all the services, Dr. Bazababy. Yeah, why not? You guys get to see how it all works then as well. The sledge, hello, loving the PMDG apparatus, very slick. Yeah, it's quite nice. And you can see it's not instant. You've got to wait for all of the other vehicles and things to actually turn up before you can think about loading and unloading the aircraft, getting rid of the bags and all that sort of stuff as well. Yeah, you can call all of them. And we could do a lavatory request as well, so we can get the fuel, well, I say the fuel, the toilet sorted out. And there's the passengers deplaning. Nice and slowly. Let's start unloading forward bags. And then we'll have to start unloading the rear bags as well. Flights and vlogs, hopefully not too soon. Back in using steps today. Look at that. There's the potable water. How's that for a screenshot? DEFCON, we started at night time, so feel free to rewind the stream, have a quick look at what it all looked like before. Look at that.
781 vacated runway 26 left at Alpha 5, taxiing to
so,
gate.
They're unloading.
Alpha 5,
Passengers are still deplaning, 100 to go. Lavatory, once he's done, we can release him, so let's just get rid of him. And the aircraft is almost fully fueled. We're going to just stay on APU, I think. Why not? Might as well. We've only got doors one left open at the moment as well. So, init ref, index, boss, KLAS, gate, Charlie 3. Don't know if this is going to actually be in the scenery in the database. Oh, it is. Look at that. Fantastic. Routes. In our company routes then, we've got 4 loaded, and we want Las Vegas to Burbank. Yeah, if you use the second one, the second door, as Unnamed Airlines is saying, you actually speed up the process for deboarding and also boarding too. Let's load this so the time being. Just going to have to re-sort out this flight plan route here. Well, Denver to Las Vegas now on SimBrief becomes Las Vegas to KBUR. And then it's going to be, is it Raider 2, Silver Cream, Jana 5. Route uplink ready. Load. Yeah, Raider 2, Silver, Cream, Janny 5, Burbank. And then looking at ILS 08, or the RNAV 08. Andy Alvarez, welcome aboard. There's no, DEFCON saying there's no EFB yet. It will come in the future though. So, Silver, Cream, that's literally our route. And then it's SID and a star the either side of that. Let's have a look here. Got to make sure all of this is done. So PMDG setup. FS actions, sorry. Ground services. Let's get air stairs 2 left, request that. So he's going to turn up at some point, and we're going to do left entry aft. Look at this. He's so cool, isn't it? There goes the animation on the stairs, and the tapes come out as well now to allow the passengers off. Once it's all in a nice little position, like so. We're not going to bother about cabin cleaning just yet. Is there a way to calibrate throttle detents for things like reversers? No. So basically you've got to try and, well, it depends on your system that you've got effectively, what hardware you've got. I've got the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 Flight, and I find it very nice indeed. It works very well. Giving us a cruiser flight level 360, but an airtime of only 49 minutes, so we're going to be up and then we're going to be down again. I don't know what the real one cruises at, because I've not found out. Let's have a look at cargo. My flight plan, let's see. 3.6, so it's 140 odd passengers. 5 to go, and then we want 146. Start boarding just as quick as we begin, and then passenger payload, we want cargo 1,200 kilos, do 1,250. And we can start loading as well. Departure and arrivals, we can look at this, and we're going to be doing 01 right, and it's the Raider 2 departure. We'll have to resync our Navigraph so that we can see, make sure we pin the correct charts and things again. SIDS, Raider 2, RNAV. Just going via Raider, I think. It's in brief flight plan. Silver and then Raider, yeah, so just going via Raider. Oh, there we go, Silver, lovely. Where was that gone? Ta-da! Execute that, so that's the departure added in. And then we know into Burbank we're going to be doing the Janny 5. And I think Doc mentioned in the live chat there that our real world cruise level flight level 220, Doc, thanks buddy, we're going to do that. Flight level 220. Wow, it's a short one, isn't it? Nice and low. Jerry's saying, mind if I join you on this leg? Absolutely, feel free. Night Shepherd, that was super fun. Glad you enjoyed flying along for the first one. So Doc's saying ILS 08. Zulu or Yankee? Let's have a look at the charts here. So the Janny 5 takes us to Wabt. Fillmore, Mickey, ILS Yankee via Mickey as well. If in doubt, use Zulu, so I'll use that. And RNAV Yankee 08 goes via Wabt, so we could use that one if need be. Right. If in doubt, Zulu via Mickey, and Janny 5 via KREME, like so. All of our legs. Vectors from Wabt to Mickey, Silex Bood and runway 08, no snacks. This is Southwest. They're all boarding behind, so as we're doing that, we can hear the boarding announcements and things. And we can monitor the progress in the ground services menu here. We've actually burnt a little bit of fuel there. So 4-5. Let's get 4560 fuel. Back, there you go, it's finished. So let's release the fuel truck. He's going to detach and head off. Passengers almost there. Cargo almost there. It's all about those dry roast nuts, isn't it? That's good. Almost there with this one, and we're going to have to sort of keep an eye on what it's all going to look like shortly. Once all the passengers are on board with the loading, the load sheets, comparing it against gross weight and all that sort of stuff as well. Planning 01 right, so we're just trying to get our takeoff data calculated here as well. It's given us a planned takeoff weight of 57711, which is higher than maximum landing rate. And it's suggesting zero fuel weight of 53.38 tons and a takeoff weight of 57.7 tons. So there's the passengers, that's all done. So we've fueled, we've got the payload sorted out. We're going to go to init ref, we're going to init request this. We need to compare the data. I'll check up the live chats shortly. Sanders is asking about the cabin sounds. It is the Luke Air Tool. It's available on flightsim.to, a little bit of nice freeware. Here we go. That's telling us 58.2. What have we got here? Gross weight. Yeah, it's a little higher than what we expected, but that's fine. We're fine with that. 58.2, and it was cruise flight level 220. Let's just exec that. It's actually telling us flight level 240, saying unable below, which is interesting. Cruise winds, next step. 305 at 54 for the average cruise winds. And the fuel reserves, which is bin res 975, so 1.8. Finres cost index up to 25 there as well. Let's see what happens if I do this. Invalid entry, of course it is, who knows. That's because it's conflicting against the SimBrief nav data, I believe. We are southwest 237. And we want takeoff flaps. What does the takeoff calculator tell us here? Flaps 1 again, it's suggesting here for us. For optimum flap. %18.2% centre of gravity, and what's the calculator saying? 34, 3214. Yeah, that's fine. That's actually, yeah, that's fine. Runway dry, runway winds. We're going to end up with new V speeds now. KLAS 340 at 10. Got quite a bit of a crosswind for this departure. It's going to be fun. There's our new V-speeds. Just going to check the perf page. Climb. I can do flight level 220 and cruise out here. No, it's definitely not wanting that. That's fine. We'll do 240 in that instance. It's not far off different, is it? Cruise, flight level 240. And add descent. Descent winds. Might as well do it on the ground because we're only in the air for a little while. What are the numbers on the yoke? That's the flight number today. We're Southwest 237, and you can flick change that as well. That's a good question. Does it calculate D-rated takeoff? Yes, and I've actually got it set for a double D-rate inside the settings too. Execute. Zero 2003 altimeter 2998 at Burbank. So 3013 2998. I'm gonna do this now. 1015. So, Bessie Hurley Gruden, we're happy with the legs. We go back to this init page here, we've got that set. N1 limits, we've got to do that. We're going to select Zorps. Yeah, basically he had a setting enabled that shouldn't have been enabled, in short. But I've not had that problem. I don't know anyone else that has either. Don't worry about it. I think it was just a blip in the matrix, if you like, within Microsoft Flight Simulator, as it usually is. Fast Airplane Toolbox. Make sure we've got this correct, and we've got thrust. It's actually giving us 24k, M1 of 89. Takeoff 2. Climb 2. Now we've got to refresh our B speeds again because we've amended the data. And there we go. Trim 6.79. 6 is there. 6.79 is just about here on the cursor position. Call it 6.8 if you will. About there. So we're at Raider 2. We're at 8 and Johnny 5 expecting 08 as well actually. So 01 right at Vegas, isn't it? There's no EFB on the PMDG GGAPP, no, not at the moment. But yeah, we've got the seatbelt signs on auto, so they're basically just deciding, well, off and on. I'll leave it there because it's easier. Cruise, flight level 220. We'll put it onto 24, and then we might step down. And our landing elevation into Burbank is going to be 778, so 780. Closest we can get is 800. APU's still good. We'll just make sure we've got everything set as required here as well. Windshield heat's back on again. Gonna have to turn the packs and stuff off when we go through engine start in a short while. It's called Airplane Toolbox, I think, for the performance calculators. Those of you on X-Plane will probably know a little bit more about what that is all about. Let's get rid of all of these if they've not already gone. Fuel truck's gone. Stairs, 2 left, release. Passenger bus, release. Air stairs, retract. Loaders, carts, release all of them. Still got chocks set. Yeah, that's the next step. Good point. File on the VATSIM network. There's our next routes, and I've got to change the overhead panel for you guys as well, the stream overlay, but also update Valanta as well. So let's just get that bit sorted out too. That's set on Valanta. We're going to go KBUR to Bob Hope. Right, what else have I done? G Cook, we do have the Burbank scenery indeed. So, doors, close the door. We've got everything else set except for chocks, which need to be removed. I'm going to check this, that's fine.
Vegas traffic, Delta 165 taxi, runway 26 right via Bravo.
136. Set 146 V2 plus 10. And for our departure, checking our MCP. Radar at and above 13,000. I'm going to set transition at 18, I think, on the MCP in lieu of any ATC being online. And the runway 01 right, it's got a heading of 014 degrees. Zero on 4. Lewis, hello. When does the PMDG 737 come out? Not sure. Hopefully soon. We want, what have we got here? Going Raider, Silver. We're going via the Hector VOR. I don't think we are, but let's have a quick check of the map. Silver, Hopper Climb, Cream, Donut. So yeah, we're literally getting above the star, above the SID, sorry, and then we're pretty much back into our star as well. Okay. How do you change the MCP? So it's basically just this all of this panel here. How do you change the actual physical unit? You click menu, PMDG setup, aircraft, equipment. Just change the MCP type at the top here between Honeywell and Collins. If you take it off Collins though and you've got some of the features enabled, what it will do is disable some of the others that you've got selected automatically. Right, have a quick look at how we're going to push back here. We're going to kind of come across and we're going to have to go back a little bit with the blast fence. There's a nice little CRJ over there. All that ground equipment's nice and clear.
65 taking off runway 26 right via the Jonker to departure.
Pre-planned pushback. What I love about this is it's so immersive. There's a lot to do to just get her back in the air. We're going to start a bit of a push. We're going to initially, because there is a blast fence to sort of navigate, we're going to come out here. And that. That is the weirdest pushback I've asked this thing
Vegas
to do.
traffic, just 722, pushing back, gate Charlie 14, Vegas traffic.
What have I missed? Is there anything? Right, let's go through the checklists. So, pre-flight parking brake is set, battery standby, power on auto, guard closed, we've done that already. Emergency exit lights auto, guard closed. Ground power is disconnected, lights are as required at the moment. Done these electric hydraulic pumps, all 4 on. Yaw damper, just confirm that is on as well. It is. Winter heat is on in the overhead panel too. Left aft fuel pump is on. Got those to turn them off actually. Just turn them off. The left aft fuel pump still powering the APU. APU gens are on generating power. An isolation valve is now in the open position. Packs are on auto. Set FMC, obtain clearance. They are. An altimeter is set 3013. Transponder set 2000, fueling, loading, boarding complete, and the ground equipment has been removed. Takeoff data has been set. Cruise altitude 240 is set, and our landing elevation 800 feet in Burbank is set. MCP set. Departure briefed. So, starting in Vegas, departing runway 01 right, which has got a course of 014 degrees. 2,978 metre long runway. We're going to use a D-rated departure, T-rated takeoff / toga power setting today. Radar 2 on av departure takes us north 014 degrees, climbing up to at or above 2,682 feet before committing to a left turn towards Bessie at or above 5,000. Early, Gruden at or above 10,000, and then we're going on to Radar 13,000 feet before breaking off to the Radar 2 silver transition, which is here. And then we're going to break off and then continue on our routes. Very quickly after that though, we're going to be heading towards KREME, which is here, flight level 240, which is our minimums for KREME. Actually, that's probably why the MCP or the FMC is asking us not below 240. Because the VNAV knows at KREME we've got to be at flight level 240, so that's quite clever. It's taken care of that for us and made sure we didn't miss that, I suppose. And then KREME, Donut, flight level 230, and we're then entering our star towards Palmdale's VOR and Burbank as well. Go through the rest shortly. Just going to recycle the flight
Las
directors.
Vegas traffic, Frontier Flight 2715, pushing back Charlie 19. Las Vegas traffic.
And the radio's frequencies are set. Doors closed, ground equipment clear, and we're going to now remove the chocks. Away it goes.
Vegas traffic southwest 169, pushing back from Bravo 25.
Anti-collision light goes on. All the other folks are starting to push now as well. Vegas traffic southwest 237, stand Charlie 3, push start. And we're going to go activate the pushback. And we don't have a pushback tug because toolbar pushback hasn't disabled it. We could do the self-drive PMDG one. Oh, it's there now. Let's just cancel that a second. Stop pushback. Toolbar pushback, come on. There we go. Might have to replan this very briefly.
Vegas traffic, just our 722, taxiing runway 26 right via Bravo 5, Bravo. Vegas traffic.
Yeah. Right.
Cockpit to ground.
There we go.
This is ground. Stand by.
Right, while he's starting to do that, let's think about our engine start checks then, folks. So, pumps. Forward, 1, 2 and aft. On as required. So we check the centre tank and that's empty. Packs need to go to the off position. Ignition mode selector in the centre there, make sure it's in the both. If it's in that one, you might not be able to start engine 1, for example. Engine 2, ground.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
26, the N2.
Parking
So,
brakes are
fuel,
released.
engine 2.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
We can change
It
the
will start in
displays as well and
sequence.
enable that one if we want, so we can see the N2 on the bottom lower display and the M1 and the exhaust gas temperatures in the display number 2 on the top. Matthew Presley, hello buddy. Burbank time indeed. Fun fact, there are 2 different ATIS frequencies in Burbank, one on the north of the mountains, for aircraft that actually lose line of sight with the airport on the arrival. Wow, okay, that's quite cool. Cameron, it's a fantastic aircraft add-on. It's absolutely remarkable. Gonna go engine 1 onto ground. So look at that, we're doing a funky pushback. They gotta go all the way around and then back on ourselves. Passengers will be like, what on earth is going on here? Fuel control lever, engine 1, run. What's with the covers on the eyebrow windows? So, effectively, you can turn them off if you want. You can actually enable the eyebrow windows on the aircraft if you wish. I've got them switched off. Some people like them on.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Okay, so engine 2 is settled. Engine 1 is also now stable.
Startup is complete. You may disconnect.
So engine 1 and 2 start switches, if you had them say off again as we mentioned at the start, you'd flick them to continuous, but we'll leave it on auto. It's going to do that for us with this mode that we've got selected. Propeats 1 and 2 on. Generators, engine 1 and gen 2 to the on positions. Wing and engine anti-ice as required, we don't need that, and bleeds engine 1 and 2 are on. Packs set to auto, isolation valve set auto, recirc fan set auto. APU bleeds off, APU off. Flaps as required, so our takeoff performance calculator has told us number 1.
Vegas traffic just at 722.
30 plus knots taxi to get the full experience. Okay, I'm going to try, I'll try. Where do we go to? Elevator trim now. In our takeoff performance page, which is here, 6.8, check. Ashley Strode, welcome on board as well. Hello to you. Altimeter, sorry that's the wrong section. We're going to go flight controls full and free. Well, actually, what we can do is we can see it from the outside today, I think, for this next one. We saw it from the inside on the way. You guys might want to see the control surfaces deflect on the outside of the aeroplane as well. Ian, so it's not actually the aircraft that's the problem with the bug that Fabio found, really. It's more an issue in the sim with other aircraft being affected. Effectively, he had a mode on that he shouldn't have had. Collision damage, I think, or something like that, and it's a wider MSFS issue. There's the rudders, and the ailerons full left, full right, like so. Engine instruments checked. Let's get rid of the lower MFD, auto throttle arm, VNAV arm, LNAV arm. Taxi, auto brake RTO, taxi lights on. Vegas traffic, southwest 237, taxi to 4 point Delta, runway 01 right via The Charlie apron, Charlie and Delta, Vegas traffic. Bit of power. Let's try and do that southwest takeoff or taxi that we wanted to. Yeah, Ian, I wouldn't worry about that bug. I think it was one of those once in a blue moon events. Oh, we've gone to flaps 2 there. Let's decrease that to flaps 1. Southwest safety demonstration time again.
Alright, y'all. If we can pretend to have your attention for just a few moments, my 2 young identical twin son and daughter are going to show you the safety features because I'm so proud of these kids. To properly fasten your seatbelt, slide the flat into the buckle. To release, lift up on the buckle. Position your seatbelt tight, lower front
Las Vegas traffic, frontier
APU slowly powering down.
Taxiing to runway 1 right, hold point, Delta.
Check Gen 1.
Charlie, Delta, Las Vegas traffic.
Everybody gets a door prize in the seat back pocket in front of you, along with 30 diapers, chewing gum wrappers, banana peels, and all of the gifts you leave for us from time to time. It's a safety information card. Take it out, check it out. You'll notice in the highly unlikely event that the captain lends us near a hot tub, everybody gets their very own teeny-weeny yellow Southwest bikini. One size fits all. Take it out only if told to do so. Place it over your head.
Michael, there we go. Awesome to know.
Once outside, pull down on the right tab and inflate to manually inflate one of the two with your shoulder.
So coming out of spot 10, we're going to do Charlie.
Las Vegas traffic, southwest 169.
Jurassic. Wasn't going to get it because of the price. I think it's an assumed price because I genuinely don't think it's going to be as expensive as people are expecting.
Vegas traffic, Skyway 1056, pushing back from Dan Charlie 5.
If we do make you that nervous the next 2 hours, you're more than welcome to step outside. We got the straight away Southwest. We've got a special smoking section just for you.
He was asking how hard is the 737 to learn, having come from the A320nx. It's quite different. It is a proper Boeing, if you like, as opposed to the Airbus, which kind of thinks and does everything for you. As we might have seen on approach, if you're just tuning in, I made quite a few mistakes. I got Frontier zooming in. We got ahead of him. Effectively, you know, you can make quite a few mistakes. I made some on the approach, and therefore my ILS didn't work because you've got to fly the aeroplane properly in order for it to do stuff properly. And if you make a mistake like I've done, things will go wrong. So what I did in that instance is I just turned the autopilot off and I flew it in manually myself.
Although that plastic bag may not inflate, you are receiving lots and lots of jet oxygen, that is.
Carlos, I think for this, the amount of data that you get, I think 60 is certainly going to be quite reasonable. Jeff, the cabin announcement, no worries. A lot of people are probably asking, wondering the same. It is. The Luke Air Tool. How interesting.
Seriously, y'all, there's anything at all that we can do to make your flight more enjoyable,
we're clear of him.
Please tell us. Just as soon as we land in Dallas. And if there's anything you can
We're not going to Dallas, we're going to Burbank. I'll tell the crew. Today's the Frontier flight, awesome. You enjoying my sporty taxi?
Thanks again for choosing Southwest and welcome aboard. Okay, that's sweet, but cash is always better. Also, y'all, to enhance our beauty a little bit and set the ambiance, we're going to dim the cabin lights. If you need additional reading light, just push the button above your head with a hairy light bulb on it. That'll turn the light on. However, if you push the button above your head with a flight attendant on it, it does not turn us on.
Las Vegas traffic, Skyway 1056, taxiing 1 right via Charlie Golf Bravo.
Hey look, there's the old livery. He's rolling. There's no price out yet. Off he goes. There's the Allegiant Stadium as well, for those of you like the NFL like I do. The Vegas Raiders now, of course. And there is Las Vegas. Got a feeling I'm about to taxi off the taxiway. Good job I checked. I like to get distracted by folk. Rightio. Then you change the winglet types from the CDU in the sim. So you can't change the winglet types, you can change everything else. The winglet types you need to choose either the Split Scimitar model or another model, which is the BJ version, which hasn't got the Split Scimitars. Vegas traffic, Southwest 237, cross runway 26 right. strobes on. I'm actually going to leave them on now, I think, as well. Right, pre-departure checks, fuel reset onto rate. V-speeds checked, V1 126, V2 136, plus 10 146 set on the MCP. Nav data and radios are set, and we're going to obtain takeoff clearance. We'll use the full runway. Bustle lights now set, strobe and steady. Taxi lights off, runway turn lights on, and we're going to put the landing lights on as well. Transponder, TARA. Traffic, press. Clock start, runway confirm.
Traffic, Frontier flight 2715, crossing runway 26 right.
Oh, 01 right. Vegas traffic, Southwest 237, lining up runway 01 right, departing radar 2, departure, Vegas traffic. Yeah, you can change things like the lights and everything else, but not the winglet types. Here we go. We'll use the full runway
Vegas
and
traffic,
the display threshold.
169 crossing T6.
As the real aircraft started to push, yeah.
At Delta.
And we'll keep rolling. Let's do a rolling departure, shall we? Let's focus on the takeoff. We're going to try and get some views of Vegas if I can, folks, but no promises. Got to fly the plane. So that's thrust set.
Las Vegas traffic, Frontier flight 2715 lining up runway 1 right behind departing traffic.
Bit of a crosswind for us. So ailerons into wind. V1.
V1.
Rotate.
V2.
Hey.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. And I'm going to activate CMDA as well now. Okay. Don't want that one. We want that view paired with this external view. Oh, hello Vegas. HK's flight simulation, it's Luke. Nice to meet you. Viva Las Vegas, here we go. People loving the sounds. Yeah, the PMDG have done a remarkable job, haven't they? Vegas traffic, Southwest 237 airborne, passing 2,500 feet. HK's flight simulations, I'm studying for my private pilot's license. Nothing yet. I'm working through my PPL.
Las Vegas traffic, Frontier flight 2715, taking off runway 1 right, radar 2 departure, Las Vegas traffic.
We're going to try and get the drone camera around. Kevo, Zenji, wow, these flights have been great. Action-packed as well, I hope. Look at that, it looks good in the sim, doesn't it? Keep smashing that like button, folks, as well.
Traffic, Southwest 169, lining up 1 right.
And we'll say bye-bye Vegas. And eventually, hello Hollywood. Right, back in the flight deck, just to monitor stuff. Gonna go flaps up, my bad. Getting too excited here with the departure views. So, positive rate, we've done gear up, and that's static. So we're gonna click 1 to down. So gear is off. Auto brake off. Engine start switches confirm set off/auto. They are on auto. And runway turning lights can go off as well. Flaps have been retracted. Cabin pressure, we're going to check pressurizing normally. It is. And the seatbelt signs as required.
Las Vegas traffic, Frontier Flight 2715, clear of runway 1 right, passing 4,000 feet. Las Vegas traffic.
All right, y'all. If we can pretend to have...
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now use your laptop computers. Please remember all electronic devices must remain in airplane mode.
Wrong view. Fat fingers. There we go. Nick T, the Briddock's rubbish. There's quite a few of us trying to sort of tell people not to use it, but still people don't get the message. Same with Captain Sim. If people stop buying their horrible products, they would go away. Let me refresh Fly Life Studio, because funnily enough, as predicted, it has broken again. There we go, folks. So it should be updating on the top. Laurent, hello to you, welcome. Yeah, Laurent's asking, those winglets are not only for the Max versions. Absolutely not. The 800s have got them as well. Michael, I don't use Pack X, no. I've got something called Luke Air Tool. It's freeware on flightsim.to. Very nice. Oh, Gav, not good. Sorry to hear that. Mike Alpha X-Ray, welcome on board. Welcome to Nevada. Over 10,000, landing lights off. Going to do another check of the cabin pressure. It is pressurising normally. We're still in N1 mode there as well. Okay. Very soon we're going to be thinking about arriving. We're going to have a flaps 30 arrival, anti-ice off, engine bleed on, and we're going to use both reversers, no auto lands. Did we say we were going to try and do another ILS? I'll try not to muck it up this time. Easily done, of course. Let's get rid of the VORs, we don't need to track those anymore. Adrian, we're using VATSIM to speak to each other as sort of realistic as possible, but also we're using well, the cabin announcements and things done by the Luke Air Tool. I think they've got a website now actually as well, lukeairtool.net or something like that, perhaps. But yeah, definitely worth checking that out for sure. Oh, Gav, yeah, super late for you. 348 likes, folks, thank you. And if you are just tuning in, a very warm welcome on board. 18, let's keep it going. 240. Jay was so busy checking out the new scenery for Vegas that he's just bought, because it's amazing, that he almost stalled on takeoff. But got some good shots though, good to hear. Through transition, let's go standard pressure and check the standby instrument. That's also reverted to standard pressure as well. Hugh, yeah, if this PMDG 737 is anything to go by, their 777 is going to be so good. Let's go to vertical speed mode. $2,000 foot per minute, that'll do. Oh, Gav, no, not at all. Ollie, hello to you, good afternoon. I think we were going to go for the ILS approach, weren't we? So, having a quick look at the Janny charts, we've got Palmdale's VOR 114.5, which we're going to head over. So, 114.5, we'll put that into nav1 and active. We've got a couple of VORs as well, let's see, we've got Van Nuys 1131. Put that into nav 2, but the ILS frequency for us is 1095. 1095. 1095. So we're going to stick that in the box, and the course for that is 079. and 079, course 1 and 2 set. We're going to be near to top of descent at some point soon. In fact, in 61 nautical miles, which is why we've already got to plan for the descent in a way. We've got the forecast winds and we've got the QNH set as well. So Cream, Donut, John, Basil, Diver, Chickens, Couple, PMD, Janny, Puck, Elmer, Wabbed, Vectors to Mikai. Mandatory 7,000 at Mikai, there it is. Then we've got Silex, the initial approach fix, Buddy, and then runway 08. Cool. Init ref, index, approach, ILS there, 1095, 079 on the course, 1095, 1095, 079, 079. Glide slope on, and we're going to select flaps 30, 132, like so. So that's that done. Departure, arrival, prog, holds, legs. We're going to check our missed approach data. So runway 08, we have to go for a missed approach, climb to 1,300 feet, then climbing a right turn to 4,600. That's our altitude C-core, telling us that we're almost at our altitude. Wind that down to 850 because we're in vertical speed mode. Climb turn to 4,600. Hold at Ventura NDB. Ventura VOR, sorry. Anthony, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. Carlos, I don't think you can use the MSFS one, sadly. X-Rings. We're going to want, let's have a look here. So Buddy, glide slope is from 6 miles. So we're going to go see if this will work. $158 miles. Ah, probably about right. Actually, I don't think it is. KBUR. Or do /7. Silex is 6.1 nautical miles from the Van Nuys VOR, so VNY. That is 6.1, so I'll just call it 6. $240, descent in 40. So we're already thinking about starting our descent. This is a super quick route. I'm going to flick VORs 1 and 2 to active. We're a little bit out of range still though. Lambo, hello. They sent it to me, asked if I would like to be part of sort of very few number of streamers that are able to preview this wonderful aeroplane. Naturally, of course, I said yes. Honoured to have been able to bring this to you guys as well. Hopefully you're loving the content so far. Minimums, let's reset the barrow, 1075. Imagine that, Jurassic. Hey, much less turbulence on this leg, isn't it? So 1075, that's the barrow set. The missed approach, I should say. I'm not going to use the heads-up display because I just find it distracting, especially when there's a lot to sort of like take in, I guess, with the aeroplane because I'm still learning it. Right, checklists already. Wow. Descent, arrival and weather data obtained and set. METAR, KBUR. Winds are 1003 knots at the moment, so almost calm, very negligible crosswind. Temperatures plus 18 degrees Celsius, QNH, dew point 03 and altimeter 3000. Jay, thanks buddy. Thanks for your super chat, really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the support as well.
Thanks for allowing us to fly along this weekend. Try not to hit the wall in KBUR.
I'll try not to. Thankfully, I don't think it's too easily done, but who knows. Right, destination weather obtained, landing altitude, check. We've done that elevation already. There it is, 800, that's the closest we can get, so we're happy with that. Radio sets, so don't let me forget folks, I've got to reset, transfer these across for the ILS when we get a little bit closer towards the airfields before establishing. So hopefully now, my mistakes from the previous approach, my first ever ILS in this, I've learned and it won't happen again, who knows. Surely you jest. Yeah. I was going to drop an airplane joke in there. Wing engine anti-ice as required, and NCP set, reset altitude, we're going to go for Jenny 5. Jenny at 8,000, wobbed at 6. So we're going to set 6. We're going to see what it can do all the way down, because there's a number of specific altitude restrictions here throughout this. KREME at 240, Donut at 230, John at 220, couple at 14,000, Janny at 8,000, and they're all exact. Smelly Chmorzing, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. Ask, can you try to fly from Oslo to Evenes in Norway? Joseka's asking, is it easy to learn if you're pretty mastered with the A320? So it's very different to the A320X. It's a Boeing. There's a lot more to do, a lot more to sort of think about, a lot more to manage, but you know what, I'm finding it absolutely well, just a huge amount of fun learning the aeroplane, even when you make mistakes like I did on the ILS. I'll keep mentioning it because it was my fault that it all went wrong. But even then, I'm finding it absolutely joyous to fly, and look at it, it looks fantastic. Still going, Waffle, we've got to go to Burbank now. Runway 8, Burbank is short, 5,802 metres. Ooh, okay, that's quite short, isn't it? Look at that. In that case, let me just have a quick check of the charts here a second. Okay, Burbank, you might have G'd me up there and made me remind myself of something. Wow, 5,802 feet. See, I'm a metres guy. So that is 1,768 metres long. That's Skiathos. So auto brake 3 is required. Thanks for reminding me. Wow. Yeah. Approach is briefed. We've done that. Altimeter needs to be set, and it was 3,000, wasn't it? So let's just change the collar here. See it update. Just there in standby mode now, and we've got the barrow set, and we've selected flap 30 and 132 for our speeds. 132 is 137. 132 over the threshold, and we're going to set auto brake 3. That's important because otherwise we won't stop. And then we've got to wait for top of descent, which is in just a few minutes, 4 nautical miles in fact. So here we go. We've got, oh, actually, hold on. Good grief! Thank goodness I noticed that. Any second, there we go. VNAV path is now active. We'll go speed intervention. We'll leave it at 280. Down we go. Alpha 7 available for parking. Okay, good stuff. Hopefully that's where we get to then. Shodan Cat, welcome on board as well. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. I hope you're enjoying the preview so far today. Enjoying the vibe. What have we got here? Just looking for any speed constraints on our start, and I can't see any just yet. In fact, I can't see any at all until we get towards our approach. Palmdale's coming up. DME 90.6. 90 miles to go, wow. Night Shepherd, thanks for the cap FPS tutorial. Just set my 3070 up and I'll try it out tomorrow. You're most welcome, hopefully it helps. What, out of curiosity, did you set your frames to be capped at? The 3070, did you go big? So, runway 8 in the Navigraph charts say, caution, due to close proximity between the departure end of this runway and the non-movement terminal ramp area, there is potential for a runway incursion. This runway uses a right-hand traffic pattern and visual vertical guidance is provided by PAPIs at 3 degrees on the left side of the runway. An arresting system EMAS is located at the departure end of this runway. Takeoffs on this runway are closed to multi-engine aircraft weighing more than 12,500 pounds. There is an obstacle departure procedure. The lowest takeoff minimums require a minimum climb gradient of 410 feet per nautical mile up to 5,000 feet. And we're landing on the shortest runway. Of course we are. It's a shame runway 15's not in use. We could have tried the 4 stacks visual. Runway 8, landing beyond 4575. Which is only, wow, okay, so the usable landing length for us is only 1,394 metres if we actually get it touched down nicely on the runway. So this is, I think, this is shorter than Skiathos. Night Shadow, yeah, Burbank from Orbex, that's the one. Matthew, nice. May or may not have landed on 8 multiple times. What's it like in real life? You're flying your CRJ onto the approach. What's it like? Is it hairy? Information Zulu is the real ATIS. Wind 090 at 3. Altimeter 3000. The wall at the end of runway 15 is fun to scream towards on takeoff. Fantastic. Back plays, welcome. Yeah, we'll stick to 08 because it's super short. So we're going to have to use, well, we're going to have to be good on touchdown. Maybe not so smooth on this occasion either. So we might not go so buttery. We've just got to get it down accurately and start braking, I think. Wow, Centurio's been on a United 757 flight into Burbank in real life. That can't have been 08, surely. Wow. Actually, I say that, I used to operate a few times the 757 as crew into Bristol. That was always good fun. Night Shadow, how can I find you on the VATSIM map? Not sure. Centurio could definitely feel the braking. Ollie, apologies if I've missed it, the live chat is quite busy. Do they have the option for different winglets in the models of the 7377, Ollie was asking. So you've got two options. You've got the Split Scimitar, which is this one, and then you've got the one, I think it's the BJ version, I think it is, or BW version, sorry, which is without the bit at the bottom. So there's the two different winglet types. And also, because this is our last flight of the day today, we are going to... We're going to get Sky Dolly ready so you guys can see a replay of our touchdown today. How does that sound? Yeah, waffle, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Don't get ahead of ourselves. Blended wing, that's it. Blended wing, Split Scimitar. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. What does the landing performance on the calculator say? Doc's asking. Auto brake 3. It's giving us 185 meters left. 200 meters. That's loads of space. Yes, it's saying flap 30, auto brake 3. It's a required landing of 1,583 meters with only 185 meters of the runway left. We'll take it. We're going to do flap 30 then. Why not? Flap 30, auto brake 3. It will give us 200 meters at the end. So we've got to nail it. We've got to nail it accurately on the touchdown zone and then get on the brakes. Otherwise, we're going to be struggling to get stopped in time. Standard pressure. We're below transition. Let's go local. 3,000. And standby instruments. Captain R. Not sure. We really don't know. Where are we here? Flight level 190. VNAV's gone a bit wild. I think it was going to get to 14,000 and then level off, but I'm conscious there is some terrain down below that is not much, it's not vast, but we've got to get over that ridge over there. May the 4th Land O'Lakes is hoping for. Let's hope it's soon. Captain Lee, welcome. New to the channel. Great to have you on board. Hope you're loving the previews. Telling us highest peak is 10,000 feet around us. Centurio saying Southwest is an airline that would utilise flaps 40. But let's do flap 40 then. We've not tried it before. Let's see what happens. Something new. And actually the calculator's telling us it's still almost 200 meters of final runway length. Oops, that's the wrong one. That's flaps 30. Flap 40, 129. So add 5, 134 approach. I'm going to flick that across so I've got the active VORs, well the ILS, sorry, tuned in now as well. Waffle, some airlines have actually blanked off flaps 40, so it's not an option, effectively. Southwest does have a history of running off the end of runway 8 in Burbank. Oh god, let's hope we don't add to the statistics today then. There's every hope we stop in time. 200 meters left isn't a vast amount of space, to be honest, but I think we're going to be okay. Joel Diolio, welcome on board as well. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Captain Lee's asking, is there an estimate of release dates? We don't know anything about release just yet, or price for that matter, but we're hoping it'll be soon. Sim Update 9 is only on, it's on Tuesday, so it's 2 days away in fact. Flip both nav, doc, done it. 1095 and 1059. I did the first one a little earlier as well. So they're both done. I pop approach on the standby instruments as well. Smelly was asking, how is the frames per second? Is it worse than the Flavois A320? It's actually better. That's fine. It's a good question. People might be just tuning in, wondering the same sort of thing as well. So I'm happy to sort of keep answering, I guess. And it's important information as well, isn't it? So that's kind of the baseline for performance for a lot of people. That's what we're used to. For me, I'm finding it much better on performance than the Flavois A321X. This is my smoothest experience in the sim so far. Yeah, Sim Update 9's dropping on Tuesday. PMDG have got early access to it, and they know the differences between the two versions too. If you want to see our approach, what we're going to be doing, we're here at Diver at the moment, below flight level 190. We're heading down towards 14,000 by Koppel, and then we're going to continue down on the VNAV descent through Jani at 8,000, Puck at 8,000. And we're above 7 and wobbed at 6,000. From wobbed, zoom in here, I'm going to select ILS Zulu, did it via Mikai, I think it was, wasn't it? Go. Like that. So a little bit of vectors involved, but we're effectively, we might skip Mikai, which is all the way out here, mandatory 7,000. We might go towards Silex instead. And at that point, we've got to be over Silex, 3,700 feet. And then a little drop down to 3,000 by Buddy. Which is there. That is halfway down on the ILS and only 6 miles from touchdown. So at that point, we're going to have all the configurations set up for our touchdown. Minimums of 1,075. And if you want to see the runway we're landing on, it's the shorter of the two. It's that tiny 5,802 metre long runway there. The terminal, though, is literally right at the bottom. So we're going to go all the way to the bottom. We're barely going to stop in time. And then before hitting the blast fence, we're going to just turn right. And Alpha 7 is literally there. Now here's a question for those of you in the States who perhaps sort of know a little bit more about the Southwest operations. Would they, on approach, in this instance, turn the APU on so that it's spooled up and ready for when they actually land? Here's our route on Volanta today as well. We'll add a couple of our screenshots. And there's our merry little trail of pilots coming along as well. Towards, actually almost over Palmdale. And then we're going to be into Burbank. From tomorrow, the first of 3 tutorial series for this aeroplane are going to go live. Do keep your eye out for it. There's me getting distracted with vertical speed mode there, whoopsie. What approach, or what app is that, sorry Brian? The maps with the screenshots was Volanta. Captain Lee, yeah, usually of course, but we have literally going to be vacating and instantly parking. Pretty much the stand right next to us. Spencer, welcome. What does Sim Update 9 add, Saf's asking? I'm not sure actually. Spencer's asking where can I download the aircraft. This is an in development build preview version, so it's not available yet. Not unless they needed the bleeds closed. There'll be an engine cool down period after landing before you could shut them down in real life. For us in the CRJ it's 2 minutes. Night Shadow, we're squawking 2000 on that sim. Matthew, I probably imagine that's probably likely what we're going to have to replicate here. There's Palmdale Airport. To be fair, we can start the APU once we vacate then in that instance, because we'll have to let the engines cool down, and in that time the APU will have started and then it will have stabilised. We'll have the bleed on. Back plays, what app was that before Valanta? That's Navigraph. Really good way of getting all your charts and things. Look at that. Very cool. Ergy, can you show if you're selecting engine fire failure actually shows the fire incoming out the engine? Not today. Maybe another time once I get a little bit more confident with it. The failure mode is there though, and it will fail. Spencer, no release date as yet. Check out target, that's going to be fine. I'm going to go Wabbit. Let's go. Delete that. See, little things just different. If I can actually get rid of the vectors as well. Reduce to Silex like so. Buddy. Flaps. There we go. So we've cleaned that up a little bit. Flaps 40 set, minimum set. Go to VNAV mode now. There's the middle marker for Palmdale, I think. Who knows? Interesting, that's picking it up actually. 1095, 1095. That's fine. Burbank traffic, southwest 237, Boeing 737. Inbound on the Janny 5 RNAV arrival, expecting ILS Zulu, runway 08. Will report at Wowit. Burbank traffic. Let's get the collar up. Let's get this one up a little bit, zoom on in. So, continuing on the checks then, we're going to be order brake set as required, and approach is brief. That's where we left off. Altimeter set local QNH, and now below 10,000. Landing lights on, one-way turn lights on, cabin chime for landing. Let's get rid of the music. Aircraft is slowly depressurizing, and we've confirmed our approach. So nav course frequency 079er, 079er, and we're confirming the frequencies in the box 1095, 1095. We're not yet tracking the VORs, but that's because it's an ILS instead. Angernerve, welcome on board. Thanks for choosing to join us at Bronze Frequent Flyer. It's great to have you on board with us. Really appreciate the support there. We're going to go speed brake arm. Seabong. Yeah, you can't really compare the Boeing with the Airbus, but this is incredibly high detail. It's very complex. You certainly got to fly it more accurately than you do in the fly-by-wire. Otherwise it can sort of come off unhinged a little bit, and the aeroplane will then try and do its own thing, like it would in real life as well. So they've done this remarkably well. Make sure I've got my charts ready here. January 5 at 8. That's coming up. I'm going to get rid of the terrain radar because I'm visual with the ground. So I'm quite happy that terrain avoidance mark one eyeball. J-Bay, welcome. Is there a cold and dark, ready to taxi, etc. options in this aircraft? Biker Mad Stew's asking. Yes, there are indeed. And in fact, you can specify which you would like to begin with as a setup, effectively. Aga Nerve, thanks, buddy. Upgrading to silver already. Wow. Don't forget, if you do choose to join us as a channel member today, make sure you head to our Discord server and link your YouTube account with your Discord account, and it will get you access into our members club lounge within Discord as well. January 8, so that's coming up. Looks like we're going to be on track for that, followed by Puck at 8, Elmer at 7, Wabbit at 6. That's what we got set on the MCP, and from Wabbit we're going to go direct to Silex, and we want to be down at 3,700 at Silex. We're going to set 3,700, and just as a reminder for a missed approach, climb to 1,300, climbing right turn to 4.6, and then hold. Wester, welcome on board. How is this compared to the A32NX, Spencer is saying? I'm finding it a little bit more detailed, and I'm also finding it a little bit more sort of smooth on the frames as well. Smooth flying. How ironic. Hello to you, welcome. Andrew B, you seem to have a natural skill and great passion for aircraft and piloting. Oh, that's really nice to hear, thank you. When did you first start flight simulation? Where do you see your future? You deserve to be a paid pilot. I would absolutely love to do this for a real job. Sadly, I don't have the money for it. I'm trying to do my private pilot's license at the moment, though. And I'm loving flying for real. Flight sim wise, Microsoft Flight Simulator actually got me back into it, funnily enough. And my previous version of Flight Sim from there was Flight Sim 2002 with that default 777 and a default Concorde, if you remember that. Biker Mad Stu, it's all in the FMS, just a click of a button and it will get you set up there. Right, let's hope I don't muck this up like I did on the way into Vegas. I promise you I've not had any gin and tonics yet. Let's go speed 220. We are going to be levelling off at Wabbit soon. We're going to use the opportunity, I guess. It's the bee's knees. FS 2002 Concorde out of Meigs Field, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. So let's set 200. Okay, right. Final check of the overhead cabin. The overhead panel, sorry. Actually, we'll do a final ding for the crew. Why not? Just a few vodkas instead. Yeah, I wish. Don't drink vodka. 079. I'm going to set 100 on the heading. Just for now. We've only got 20 miles to go. Wowzers, okay. So we've got to get over this ridge. In fact, we're going to be going through that gap. And then Burbank is literally over there somewhere. In fact, is that Burbank? You know what? I think it is. It's either that one, or it's that one. We'll find out in a minute. Right. And hello to you. Will this aircraft come to the Xbox version of Microsoft Flight Simulator? Hopefully it will in the near future. Let's just go on terrain a second, because I want to see what the nearest peak is for us here from Wabbit 5. That's interesting. It's fun, nice, thank you. Right, so we're going to get over this crest. Hear that noise. Wonderful. How's that for a screenshot, folks? Joseph, welcome. We go flaps 1 here. I'm going to go down to 180, I think. A flap transit. Over the crest of the hill. Burbank traffic southwest 237 passing Wabbit, descending 3,700 feet, altimeter 3000, inbound for the INS. Runway 08 will report when established. Burbank traffic. Are the frames per second better than the A32NX Mike was asking? Yes, it is. Really pleased to say that.
Burbank on the Janny 5.
Set 3.
Passing Puck. Split by established ILS speed. Burbank traffic.
7 Axif, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Set flaps 5, we're in limit. FS realistic, Ellis? No. Oh, there's a question. Axif, what do you think I should do? Should I wait for the 737-800s? This just looks so good, I don't know if I can wait for it. So this is potentially, let's say, in theory, hypothetically, this releases next Sunday. Next Friday. Let's call it this coming Friday. Hypothetically. What you've then got to do is you've got to wait another 6 weeks for the 600 variant, so a month and a half, and then another month and a half, so 3 months in total for the 800. So you could get both. We go heading select in a second. Buddy at 3. Got a bit of flight detent for this, I think. Jan, don't know the price yet, no.
Flight 2715 crossing Wabbit for 3,700 will report when established for runway 8 Burbank traffic.
Roach mode active. Let's go VOR mode actually as well. Let's go VOR lock. And yeah, I've got to wait for the glide slope, don't I? Okie dokie, here we go. Let's go. Flaps 10. Sky dolly. Activate. 3000's coming up.
Van Nuys traffic, P17 taking off 34 left.
Let's get rid of that. So get rid of the flight detent mode. We rearm our relevant modes there. Speed brake, sorry, rearm the speed brake. Flaps set for landing. Where are we?
Burbank traffic, 756, County inbound,
There goes the localizer. Set 079. Van Nuys traffic, southwest 237, 10 miles established, ILS runway 08 to land. Got an aeroplane over here somewhere. Close. 1600. Right above somewhere, isn't he? Or he's below. Oh, there he is. Just below. Can't really see him anyway. Landing gear. .1095, 1095. Gear down, 3 green, flaps 15. We'll extend actually. We'll decelerate. Hoping we start to. We've got no lateral guidance here. This could be the scenery, so we might be doing this manually again, folks. That's really trying to get us today, isn't it? 134 VREF. So we're flying the whole ILS itself here. What have I missed? What have I missed? I feel like we got it all set up really nicely then.
1860 turning right, heading 150 to the runway 25 left, localizer.
Thing is, I was waiting for it to appear as it did in Vegas stock. Did you see it? I was looking out the window. Brilliant.
Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 2715 fully established, runway 8. Burbank traffic. 10 mile final, Burbank traffic.
1000.
Burbank traffic, Southwest 237 going around. Going around. Gear down. That's interesting.
LA traffic, Southwest 412.
Auto thrust cut out. We're back.
50 miles northwest of the airfield, lining up for
Yoga baby.
right downwind for runway 24 right. LAX.
Horn cut out. Let's go on our VNAV. Laps 5. Not gonna shut up, is it? It will in a minute. Could be. Not altitude horn cut out either. There we go.
Burbank traffic, go at 1056 is
Laps up.
We plan 8.
We don't want that speed, we just want up. So now we're testing the LNAV with a go around. I mean, that's my first go around, so I'm sort of going through it as we go, trying my best.
LA traffic, United 1860 fully established on the 25 left, traffic is advised, LA.
But it shows you got, doesn't it? It shows you've got to fly this properly, otherwise you're in trouble.
Southwest 169 fully established. 0
Now, problem is we've got a whole line of aeroplanes behind.
6 mile final.
That's David. So I think we've got Jerry. I'm just trying to look at the moment as well with how we can get into the aeroplane, how we can get into the airfield as we're heading off. Right, anyway, we're back up. We could probably get rid of Sky Dolly now, because that's... oh dear. It's always flaps, but the, yeah, just need to get used to... I mean, somebody was asking, is it more to do than the Airbus? It is, yeah. But it's so fun.
LA traffic, Sunwest 412, right downwind for runway 24 right. LA traffic.
Cheers, buddy. My first go around.
Burbank traffic, Frontier 2715 has vacated at Delta 2. Burbank traffic.
So I can see David.
Burbank traffic, Spirit Wings 425 going on hold short.
LA traffic, you have 1865 miles per hour, runway 25 left.
SkyWest 1056, so they going to be flying in. We want to see just dot aircraft. What I'm doing at the minute is trying to plan the next attempt in. We've got SkyWest 1056, and actually after SkyWest 1056 I reckon we can get in. Yes, in fact we will be able to. TCAS, we've got some aircraft ahead. In fact, there he is. Look at that.
Burbank traffic, Southwest 4.
Skies over Las Vegas are very busy. Yeah, Matthew, perhaps I was hesitant last time because of what happened. I armed it a bit too early, perhaps. Yeah, just a veteran. Yeah, speed dropped to probably as low as it probably wanted to, but I had a little bit of a moment where I was fiddling with the auto throttle and I definitely clicked the wrong thing, and I got it to I basically get stuck.
LAX traffic, just to some Charlie established on the about 5 left.
Okay. Well, there's the hold, and it was go round and hold, but actually we're going to go via Silex again down to 37, so we're going to start to work
LA
to...
traffic, United 1862 mile final, runway 25 left.
We're going to head out, we're going to try and sneak in behind this Southwest 2100 above. So we're going to hold our altitude at the moment, 46.
Taxiing runway 24 left via Delta Echo.
Anthony, hello. So it happens now and again in real life as well. Wow, okay. Revert to KLAS. We should be okay. I'm determined to get in. Thing is, we're too high. So very quickly we can then end up in a situation where we've all of a sudden got too high. We're trying to recover. We then get too low.
24 right. LA traffic.
But that was definitely not stable. In Vegas we kind of had it. For this approach we didn't, so we'll just go around. Yeah, Axedy. We're working towards the hold, but we've got that aircraft there, I think. If I've got this right. Should be Skywest, yeah, Skywest 1056. Which is Jerry, so we're gonna slip in behind Jerry. Check our fuel. We're gonna be close to getting a minimums warning soon, which is our alternate plus FinRes. So we've got one more go at this. I'm determined to do a nice one. Just don't want that one, I want this one. So he's there, that's 10 miles.
Yeah, 1860 clear, runway 25 left, taxiing back to the gate.
There you go, Doc. Yeah, you know what? You guys are watching me learn this aeroplane live, and I'm absolutely loving it. You could probably tell when we were going around, it was demanding quite a bit from me because I went a bit quiet.
Yeah, 1860 across.
Santiago, of course.
The 25 right, LA traffic.
I got distracted by an aeroplane flying below, right to left, so But hey, if in doubt, I hand fly it. Quite like it.
Burbank traffic, Skyway 1056, Silex inbound 8 Burbank.
So Skyway's 1056 is over here somewhere.
Yeah, 1860 taxiing to the ramp via Bravo.
See if we can spot him. There he is. There's Jerry. Cool. Let's start to turn base. Heading select mode. Vertical speed mode. Go to 180. Keep smashing that like button, folks, as well. Good afternoon, Brian. Daniel, no release date just yet. I'm sure the collar is on 30. Burbank traffic, SkyWest 237. It's turning right base to re-establish ILS. Zulu runway 08 will report when established.
LA traffic, Sunwise 412 on final, for right, 5
There's the nice.
LA traffic.
Silex 6.1 from their minimums, so we've got to be mandatory 3,700, working down to 3. I'm going to set 3 now. I'm going to set about 800 feet per minute with below flaps up, so let's go flaps. Oh, I'm going to set flaps 5 back, so we're going to make sure speed brake is rearmed, just in case I've knocked it at any point. So 79, 080.
Burbank traffic, Skyway 1056 is booed inbound.
Now we've got the glide slope. Look, we did. I'm sure we didn't have that before. Set 05060. Here our lock mode armed. I'm going to slow down to 60, I think. Using reserve fuel, we've got a warning. Doc, thank you. I'm learning as I go. Cheers for the reminder. Let's go flaps 10. Okay, approach mode armed. Okay, now we've got BOR lock and glide slope both armed. Heading select and altitude hold mode active. Can we see the runway? Almost. Yes. Yeah, Christopher, I think I agree there. There seemed to be we had different data to what we've got now, didn't we? And again, it's probably I've just clicked something in the wrong order or something like that. So we're all good. Okay. We're going to go flaps 15 next, but we're going to then have an issue with flaps.
Crossing 24 left at Alpha.
So we're about Silex now. We're going to go gear down. What my thought process behind this now is that as we start to establish properly, it's just going to give us a little bit less for me to do in that latter stages. Flaps 15. 128. So approach mode's armed. A and B are active. BOR lock mode is active. We're waiting on the glide slope, which is likely to start moving very soon, actually. Burbank traffic, Skywest 237 is re-established ILS Zulu runway 08, approximately 10 miles. Let's go 145 for this run out. Just slow it right down. Okay.
Burbank traffic, Skywest 1056, clear 8.
See, we didn't have that before, did we? It looked like it was still trying to fly like a bit of an RNAV path. Right, anyway, next. 079. Four six. Glide slope. Active. Laps 25. Grady Nice. That's not good. We're Grady Nice. American. I don't think it's too much of an issue. I think only one person's had it, so yeah, I don't know what to suggest really. 134. Let's set that. We'll just watch our speed. We're going to go flaps 30. Record on Sky Dolly is active, and we've got auto brake 3. And remember, we've got 2 more to go. 200 meters to go roughly by the time we actually stop on runway. Final ding for the crew. I've not actually seen what flaps 40 looks like in the cabin. There we go, look at that. The British Av Geek, hello to you, welcome. Look at this, there we go. This is much better, isn't it? Well, must have done some. I must have missed a step before. Ramirez, indeed. It's a, yeah, when you're getting used to it, it's a high workload. It's the point of sort of learning it and enjoying it. That makes it remarkably good fun. There's Los Angeles in the background, look, CBD. Looks absolutely good, stunning, doesn't it? Back in the flight deck for the critical phase. Minimums of 1075, they're coming up. Brakes set indeed. American, no, I wouldn't worry about that. I think it's that they know what the problem is, and it was a setting that was left on by accident. So yeah, don't worry. Auto throttle, my controls, about 50%.
Approaching minimums.
Continue, and we're stable. A little bit more power.
Minimums.
This is an Orbex airport scenery. Oh, early on the flare, whoops.
20,
there we go.
10.
Not going for so much butter this time. Oh my god.
Bank angle, bank angle. Don't sink. Pull, don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Well, the landing rate was okay.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Sink rate. Pull up.
Who knows? What the hell?
Don't sink. Don't sink.
Right.
Too low.
Let's go back. We're just going to replay this for a second. Holy crap indeed. And it might crash the desktop now, who knows? Who was asking about that a minute ago? I swear we've just jinxed it. And I've got no crash settings or anything on. Just as we were literally speaking about it, and I was like, yeah, I've not had the problem. This is an in-development beta though, folks, don't forget. So there are things, and this is a package that, in fact, we've got, but the beta versions, those on beta testing versions, they've actually got a different version, if you like. So all the issues and things are going to be hopefully sorted. What we're going to do is we're going to replay this for a second. Just going to reset the auto brake, and I'm going to reset spoilers because this is the landing rate monitor thing. I have to write off that tail number indeed. Steve Dra, you know what? PMDG are likely watching it, so I'd imagine I've already probably got an email. I was literally saying I haven't had that bug, so and we'd read that it was a specific setting in place, but it could be the Orbeck scenery. It could be the Orbeck scenery at Burbank. I've never landed here before. He's got some pretty good screenshots. Oh god, Ryan, no, I haven't got anything like that. Chris, welcome. How strange. Flipped about 3 times, David says. Wowzers. And now we're into like low fuel. Ashley, that's a good point. Yeah, we don't need to worry about stopping in time. Runway 8, Steve Jar indeed. Those of you who are flying along, have you got this scenery? If so, what have you got? Right, so I'm just going to check auto throttle. And there's no autopilot armed either. So at this stage, I don't know what Sky Dolly's going to do if I turn this off. Okay, back in control. Let's see if this happens again. Re-recording as well. I'm just going to hand fly this entire approach, I think. Might just take me a little bit just to get reset into the flow of flying. That's the brake to vacate option on the Boeings. How strange. This is the first time it's happened though for me. So likely to diagnose it some other way, I don't know. I'd have to work it all out a little bit. Let's see. Parker brakes are off, yep. We'll hand fly the ILS. I might try and touch down a little earlier. So I might go a little bit below the glide slope. See what happens. If it happens again, it's probably the scenery. Let's see here. Let's go for a bit more of a smoother
50,
touchdown.
30, 20, 10.
Oh.
Positive rate of climb, positive rate of climb. Don't sink, rate. Pull, not sink.
80 knots.
Circle to land time then. Runway 15, I think. Oh, let's see. Bob the Builder saying it's not a scenery issue. Yeah, I don't know what it is then, to be honest.
Rate of climb.
We're going to hold this attitude for a second. We indeed. Holy moly. Right. Matthew saying it's 100% the reverse thrust. What we're going to do is we're going to try it on another runway. We're hand flying this. Way in. Maybe it's all, well, it can't be auto brake 3 because we've already done an auto brake 3 approach into Skiathos already. Brilliant. There's the airport. That's not going to be any help to us. Just going to fly around manually for a second. Happened the split second we deployed reverse thrust. Interesting. Where's my airport? It's like Innsbruck all over again, isn't it? Taxi, approach plates, here we go, let's go. 4 stacks visual. I'm going to do this to get my point of bearing. Perfect. Right, there is the downwind leg. Sorry, there's the threshold for runway 15. Did you not use reverse thrust into Las Vegas? We did, yeah. I've left gear down, I've left flaps as required as well, I've just left them all down. Okay, so turn for final approach is at about 3,000, which is around about now. We're doing VFR, yeah, pretty much. We're clear of that terrain, which is fine. That's also one of the reference points, the San Gabriel Mountains as well. There's our terrain warning.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
Clear the master caution. Yeah, my theory here is longer runway, perhaps we'll go auto brake 2. And actually, we might go flaps 30. Perhaps it's a flap 40 thing. We're getting low on fuel now, so this is going to be the last opportunity anyway. Look at that. Oh,
Terrain, terrain.
lovely little screenshot there.
Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
30 degrees, let's go max bank.
Pull up.
There's the runway. Lovely to hand fly. So we've got a bit of a config disagreement as well inside the aircraft because we're asking it to do 128, 132 would be about 138-ish, so we're going to set that. We're a little hot, so let's just slow the aeroplane down a tad. Orcs, interesting. So what we've got a preview version. So the liveries, for example, are from November 2021, which is quite a while ago. The beta folk have likely got a different version to us that is a couple of stages ahead, which is fine. Thing is, this is an in-development preview, and without the data, as somebody said in the live chat, they can't fix things. So this does help. Steve Drar's got the latest beta version, there we go.
500.
Let's just get the speed back on profile here. Now we've got to vacate left on touchdown. Holy
Approaching
moly.
minimums.
Why do I feel like I'm worried about this?
Minimums.
Sink rate.
Just going to ignore
Sink rate.
that a second.
100.
There's the concrete wall at the end of this runway, I think.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, you know what? I definitely forgot to announce my position. I wonder if it's the scenery, folks. In that instance, twice on runway 08, yet we've just done it fine here. How strange. Very confusing. Anyway, we've used the whole runway. I was determined to give you guys a proper showcase of this without the problem. How do we get off here?
Spirit wing 45 Bravo crossing runway 15.
We've got to vacate right. Yeah, it could be either flaps 40, that's a good shout. It could be flaps 40 or the scenery. Bob's saying it's not the scenery. The only difference really was the runway and the fact that we've changed to flap 30. So perhaps it's a flap 40 issue. But if we've pinned it down, perfect. It will get fixed. Southwest 237, sorry for that folks, I've vacated runway 15 to the right, Golf 1. And another right, Golf 1. And cross in runway 15 at Golf 1, taxi to the gates.
Southwest 237, if I may inquire, what happened with your previous landing?
I think a flap 40 problem.
Ah, roger.
I'm going to come off here, get rid of the spoilers, we're going to taxi down. God, people are still waiting, how good of you. Try taxiing over the runway at 08. That's not a bad shout, to be fair. I'll probably do it off stream. We'll get parked up because there's a lot of folk waiting to park up here. Lewis asking, does anyone know when it will be released? Who knows? Hopefully very soon. So we've got taxi lights on, reverse lights off, landing lights off, and position onto strobe steady. APU is fired up. Alpha 3 on Alpha 7, just down bottom.
Spirit wing 425, taking off runway 08.
If you're making a connection here in Las Vegas, just check the TV monitor for your gate and flight number. We certainly have enjoyed spending part of our morning with you. Y'all go out and have a good week. Buckle up. Come back and see us again real soon.
This will do. Alpha 6. Dan, no problem at all. It's called Sky Dolly.
Have a good flight. Cheers, Spirit wings 425 Bravo.
Bar brake set. Right, where's my checklists? After landing then, flaps are up, speed brake has retracted, transponder to standby, might as well put it on standby now. Post lights to steady, landing and runway turn lights are off. Taxi lights have now been switched off and the APU's on. Yeah, I think perhaps an issue with flat 40. That's the only time I've ever used that. Should have done the same approach on flat 40, on flat 30. Engine start switches onto auto, and APU gen is on, and APU bead is on. Fuel control levers to the off position. It's been about 2 minutes now. God, they're going to be hot as well after that. Good grief. Oh god. Here, let's see. FS actions, ground services. Wheel chock set. Request the ground power unit to rock up, and let's request a maintenance van. Oh god. Air stairs extend. Doors open. And we can work to then start to deboard and everything else as well. And fill her back up.
Cheers for the stream.
Angana, thank you, buddy. Not quite how I planned to end it. But I think we know the problem. Something maybe to do with flaps 40 or something along that sort of line. There's the maintenance truck, thank goodness. And piece of cake sledge. We're down, that's the main thing. And we did finally get to our destination. I'd say in one piece. Thank goodness crash mode was off, eh? We'll start to deboard the aircraft and things like that. Thank you, folks, all of you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'd imagine somebody's clipped that. Good grief. Sorry about what happened. But it was entertaining. Who knows what the cause is. If I was to put my money somewhere, it might be something to do with flap 40 with a touchdown. Maybe when the nose wheel touchdown. Who knows. As Anthony says, now for a brief trip to the chiropractor, and I'm off for a gin and tonic. Thanks to everybody who flew along. I hope you have enjoyed both sectors of today's flight. And this is part of the static traffic. It's part of the Orbex Burbank scenery. Tomorrow, Episode 1, Cold and Dark to Engine Start's going to go live to show you sort of how to get the systems alive on the PMDG 737 before it does release. Followed by Episode 2 and 3 through the week, covering a full flight from Prague to Skiathos. And you'll be able to then kind of get a bit of a heads up with how to fly this thing just before it does launch for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Thank you to everybody who has hit subscribe today. Angernerv for dropping a super chat. Gav and Jay as well. Who else have we got? Motley Aces. Gav again and Omar. Thank you folks for supporting the stream with a tip, and Roy as well, don't forget. And for those of you who have become a channel member today as well, very warm welcome on board to all of you. Please do hit the subscribe button before you head off, hit the notification bell, and don't forget to give today's live stream a like. Through the rest of next week we're going to be looking at some more PMDG 737 flights, and also the next latest beta build of the Just Flight 146 Professional coming soon to Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm absolutely loving this, so you know, all in with the little side issue we've just had on the landing a few minutes ago. This is a remarkably good aeroplane, and I'm really enjoying it. So enjoy the rest of the weekend, enjoy the week ahead. Sim Update 9 drops on Tuesday as well, so expect some changes to the sim when that does arrive. And I hope to see you all next week. Thanks for watching, take care.